Right, we are live. Excuse me. Back at home. Very nice. Very nice indeed. All right, good afternoon. Happy Saturday. Welcome back to Pixel Perfect. My name is Wakata, and today we are going to finish our long-standing live project of the Tower of Power. And I say finish because, well, the facade probably won't be done, but we're turning it on today. And I have done lots of work this week on it, and hopefully it's more or less right. We do still have some things to do to it, but they should be well within our normal expectations of things to be done. Also, I need to check something real quick. Of course, the one thing I want to connect to is the power. Something broke my... Where is it? Something broke this, and it has to have happened, like, today, or yesterday. Because I finished... Oh, I take that back. I was gonna say I had done... tomorrow's episode is ready to go. But I didn't use any wall-mounted holes. Something's gone wrong with the constructions. So they updated this mod this week, and with a really nice update, which was, hey, look, that should be a Mark II. They changed it so that we could hit the usual key that allows us to switch between items. This, and it would switch automatically to it without having to go to the wheel. And now, you can't even place walls. What is... Like, that should go to a wall one. Alright, well, I'll have to investigate that later. I only know about that because I loaded the game up before the stream to test something else out, and just happened to notice that. Just a quick second here. Updated on the 28th, which is today, 10 a.m. They dropped a new version that messed things up. When was... Can't check while I'm in it to see. There's if you're not familiar with mods in Satisfactory, there's a mod manager that the community has created that is just amazing. And so I'm able to click on a given mod that I have installed in that interface and bring up all the information about that mod, all its versions. I can switch between the versions just by dragging a little pull down. Problem is I can't change anything while we're in the game. I'm trying to think of how much we're gonna need. I really want to take a minute to revert that version. We don't have much to do in the way of power. If you guys can bear with me, let's you know what? No. We'll see if it becomes a problem. I've done, fortunately. Oh, there was a reason I was going this direction. Fortunately, throughout the week, I've done virtually all of the power cable management for the Tower of Power. I mean, we did a lot of it last time on the stream. So like I got all of the packer floors, both of them done. And we don't need too much of this because we're making it on site. Check on our steel. Let's actually put some of these back. We're making that over there, so I think we got plenty of cable there as well. Let's grab one more stack because we're almost out of that one. But I got the packer floors done. I've got all the water pumps wired, though not connected to the power source because I don't want them to be running yet. I think I have all of the crude oil pumps connected, though not connected to the power. I think there's power running to all, cables running to all of them to one point. I think from a power standpoint, we mostly got everything. The batteries are now also run. I'm going to show you guys that. It's probably one of the first things they'll show you when we get there. But we've isolated the batteries. Over here. So that they can be disconnected from the net. In fact, I think they already are disconnected from the network. By the way, sorry, the chat window. I was messing with trying to figure out what's going on with the mods, and it covered the chat window. Welcome, lady. Glad to see you. And Beak. Good to see you as well. Yesterday was the 28th. Okay, you're right. Today's the 29th. I feel like I loaded that mod yesterday. I have to have because I was working on tomorrow's episode. But I don't think I did any wall power stuff. Oh, every time I say I'm going to move that thing and I don't do it. Oh. Tomorrow's episode, while it covers a lot of ground related to the aluminum factory, no, I should be able to run under that. Stop it. What's that? Should you go right? See, I can go right under it. What is going on there? While we make tremendous progress on the aluminum factory, I have not wired it up yet. The only poles I placed were, ground poles for the hover pack. And admittedly, I wouldn't notice if they were Mark 1 or Mark 2, and they should be Mark 2 by default. No, I don't need those because I can get them on the other side. Before we fill our inventory, let's go check our train. See what needs to be stocked on it. Oh, we still have inventory space. I have not tubed across the map, all the way across the map, though I have made tubes that I would say probably go a quarter of the way across the map in previous runs. When I was super tube happy and not majorly invested in trains. I've always found trains to be useful. Just I've not had as extensive of a train network in previous runs. What am I missing from here? Motors. What am I missing from here? I keep 3 stacks of motors in there. I really should add to my spreadsheet what the normal stock levels are of these. So I can restock more easily. I need 2 more of these. I keep 4 and 4. And then I think the rest will probably be reinforced. All right, let's get 2 steel beams and a reinforced, and the train will be stocked. And then we'll just kind of clean up our personal inventory. I've done some progress on the front of the building for the tower power, which you'll see. I genuinely tried to do our pixel art lightning bolt on the front. Oh, it looked so bad. It looked so bad. I saved it before I started because I had so little confidence in what it was going to come out like. Let's replace our motors. And I just dumped it. Well, it's not true. I saved the failed attempt also, and then went back to the pre-failed attempt. Just so if I need to go back and look at just how bad it was or remind myself not to try that again, I now have a save with it. I did, however, by chance, I had some markings on the front of the building that I was using purely to find center. And the markings actually looked pretty cool. It's just I mean, they're just colored panels. And when I cleaned up everything else, I was like, you know what? That breaks up the front. I think we're going to leave it. We don't need that. Oh, I promise you, lady, it did look bad. I gave up on it. I could have partially salvaged it, but it would never have materialized as a good. I'm not saying that it couldn't be done well. I'm saying that I didn't do it well. It's okay, you know, can't be great at everything, and I'm not willing to invest the time. Wow, how am I so low on these? Oh, that's right. Remember, we had been mistakenly was not delivering these, or we hadn't set up a splitter to put them into a thing, and so they were all going into the sink for forever. So it's still recovering from that mistake. I think I want to get some copper sheeting, and then I think we're good to go. USB connectors wouldn't be a bad idea because Mark III poles in case we have to use them. As you can see, I went through a lot of these doing all the Mark III poles for you know, the roof ones, ceiling ones. It's gonna take a while for our stock to recover, but that's all good. That's all surplus. It's not impacting any of our manufacturing. We shouldn't need it, but better to have it and not need it. I think we're fine. Yeah. I mean, we have... Why do I always do that? You know, I'm going to go back down there and try to remind myself that I have a door that actually goes to the train. Everything else should be fine. And game, come on, thank you. I don't know, Jake. We would have to compare. And I was modeling the lightning bolt after the lightning bolt icon that we have in game. And maybe if I didn't try to mimic that within the space that I had, I don't know, it just wasn't translating right. You know, part of it, what I'd have to do is I'd have to go more granular instead of using the large. You know, I use the large billboards and then the small billboards to cause the gradient, the angle. I'd probably have to go down to smaller and making it longer. It wasn't worth the time that I was taking and how bad it looked. Also remember, I was using, you know, like I said, I was using billboards, which don't snap into place quite as well as other things. It's easy for them to overlap. So it was a real pain trying to get each one to overlap, and then turning it to all white was just, because you're up close to it when you're making them. And so majority of my screen is just bright white blinding me the whole time. It was unpleasant, and it was not coming out well. I'm hitting our face on the floor there. It's okay. It was a, you know, it was a learning experience, right? As Adam Savage always said from MythBusters, that failure is always an option. The point being is that at least if you try and you fail, you learn something from it. Even if what I learned was that I can't do pixel art. I guess I didn't learn that. I already knew I couldn't do pixel art. So you're about to see what I have done with the front, because I needed to smooth off the front to try to do the pixel art. But I settled on a color scheme, at least for the front. And hang on, I saw something. Stop. There was a little waver there in the rail line. It's not perfect. Hopefully the air train isn't coming down this line. I'm going to back up into it. I may not be able to fix this because it was.
Strongly advise you to harvest this.
There is a change in the way I'm going to do the station related to the aluminum, and there's a new merger point. Oh, this is so dangerous. Driving backwards on a rail line. I have no idea where the other train is. It's like, this is a new merger point. You see a little wiggle there. Yeah, that's not necessary. I don't even need that juncture. It still wiggles a little bit, but I don't think there's any way to avoid it and keep that good turn. What is off? This is off. This isn't at the oh, I do not want to. This is dangerous to mess with. And there's a train on that. Okay, so if the aluminum train isn't already on this track, which I don't think it is, if we could see it by now, it'll route around the map and go the other way because I've broken the rail. Oh, I do not. I'm gonna do it. I don't think. I think that needs to be. Yeah, see, that's off center. That's what's wrong here. Oh, will this still work? Oh, it still works. Okay, I feel better now. it straight. Welcome to my world. This is my life. Yeah, that's going to go up behind the aluminum plant that is still being built. I decided to take an extra episode to work on it to make it right. Now that looks like a waiver, but it's not. That's a hill thing. That's an optical illusion. So there is the new front of the Tower of Power. Of course, it still needs pants, but that's the shape now defined, and there's now a proper front on it. OCD is not my friend. OCD is my accomplice. I think that makes me an unwilling accomplice. Before we get there, turn this. So I will agree that my partnership with OCD does sometimes produce good things. I would just be nice if it was a little bit more of my choice to make nice things than OCD's choice. All right. There we go. Turn it off. Let's get a better look at it. Now, the reason I loaded up the game before the stream and noticed that the power poles were not working properly was because I just installed another mod, which I have disabled because I didn't know if it was causing the problem and didn't have time to re-enable it. But I picked up like 20 minutes before the stream. I partner in crime. It's kind of like I said. I'm the reluctant partner. The mod I found was one that extends the range, the wireless range of the hover pack based on the grade of pole that it's connecting to. So a Mark II pole would allow you to fly further. And, I've always complained about how the range is just stiflingly small, or short. And I wanted to be able to fly out in front of this and show you guys better what, if I can fly further away from it on my hover pack, then you guys can see the bigger picture better. And so I wanted to have that for this run. And it probably worked fine. It's just, as soon as I saw that there was a problem with the construction, when I thought, well, maybe there's a interaction going between them, so I immediately uninstalled it, and then we had to load the game for the stream, so there was no time. But that's, as you can see, I made some decisions here. All this time when we've been doing the walls, we've been doing concrete walls. I wanted initially to go with concrete walls because the colors on it are kind of muted and just less stark. But as I started doing this, I realized that I needed that high contrast for the pipes to pop properly. This was always the vision of the pipes. Remember, we really went out of our way to make the pipes stagger inwards like this. And this was always the vision. And I needed them to pop, especially at a distance. And so I converted everything to regular wall, painted it black to give as much contrast as I could. And I'm very happy with it. I love it. And the red outlines for the alternate, the shape, it just works out wonderfully. I kind of wish we had sun in front of it so that it was a little brighter. But that's what it is. We're on the southern end of the planet, but yet the sun doesn't cross across the middle like an equator. So The sun's always behind everything I do. I think any future playthroughs of this game, everything's going to face south rather than facing north, because apparently the sun is always to the south. Yeah, I agree, lady. Thank you. I do think it's going to look really good when it's done. And like I said, you see the little red lines in the middle. That was just my, I was using red, of course, to do the outlines on the side, and so that was the custom color I happened to have on my swatch when I was doing this. And I was like, I needed to try to do the pixel art in the middle. I needed to know where the middle was so I could span things out. And so that was just what I used. I just went every other block and then started to draw up, so that I could tell exactly where the middle was. And I'm like, this actually looks pretty cool. I mean, it's not anything, it's just random stuff, breaking up the front of it. So this gives me hope that something can be done on the front of it at some point. But I'm just not going to fret with it for now. Enough for now. I also obviously want to consider whether or not we want some windows on the front and how that would impact what it's going to look like. So that's something else I'll visit in the future. Probably not on the stream. It's probably something that I'll just goof around with off camera. I haven't decided about the side walls, because once we've turned aside, we don't have to adhere to the same color pattern. We could do something else with the side, striping, or just a different color entirely. Which is why I don't actually have the walls in place yet, because that's purely going to be a decoration thing. It's just going to be simple enough just to draw it all. So I'll worry about all that later. We are here for a functional purpose. We want to get things to work. At the end of the last stream, we'd given up on piping all this because the math didn't come out right. And I went through all of these again, and I built out a whole new section in my spreadsheet so that the mistake couldn't happen again. And I found multiple places where I had made just tiny little errors. And I cannot begin to tell you how I made those errors, but I did. So I've repiped the whole thing. It works out perfectly now. As you can see, remember we had to do the partial? We merged it before. I decided to go ahead and split that. I didn't want any chance of mingling between the pipes, causing, distributions that aren't optimal. So I retained the same machine that we have underclocked, and it's just dedicated to it, and that's it. Pardon me. I've cleaned up, I think, all of the holes that were in the lanes, though I've kept the corner poles and some of the ones along the side for now, because we're flying up and down the sides and between floors. And the ceiling ones, which will maintain us while we're inside, aren't so good for the corners. So I will probably come back during my final cleanup and get rid of all of these. But I think everything is connected now. We need to make the observation floor. That hasn't been built yet. But I did roof off the top floor of Packers. Now our frame rate is probably getting ready to drop. Probably gonna drop pretty significantly here. Come on. Yep. Oh, come on. I'm in range of that. See, if I'd got that mod, then this wouldn't be an issue. I have the way we're supposed to. So this amount of wiring, I can feel the frame rate drop right now. It's not as bad as it has been, probably because we're just freshly running it. There's more stuff in memory, but this is, I can't wait to get the walls on all this and hopefully hide all of it, because it is really impacting performance. The other thing I fixed or solved is the circulation of our conveyors. So now it should be, aside from the isolated ones in the back that are the odd numbers, the factory should be one circulatory system. And basically, I swapped the order of these two, so they're inserting themselves into a different part of the loop, and I had to do the same on the other side. And then after I had done that, it ended up with being two loops, and there was somewhere down the line where I just had to do a little shenanigans with conveyors to cause the two loops to cross paths. Here it is. So like this would have gone like right to here, and I had to swap it. So it's going over to this one, and that one is now coming over to this one, and that crosses the two loops. They're not going like in any organized manner. They're all over the place, but the loop doesn't repeat until it completes. So we now can have a single point of injection for our canisters, and it should fill out the entire place in a staggered approach. I also, while I was doing all that, made enough canisters to fill the whole thing up. All of these are full of canisters. I think I got like 48,000 canisters, something like that. We needed 44 minimum. We might make some more if the overhead going along the belts turns out to be, turns out to be not enough. But I think that's going to cover us. What else have I done? I mentioned I isolated all of the batteries. They are now all on their own circuit. You can see that that cable is going all the way back to the other batteries. It doesn't connect with the network. And it comes up here. Ignore these because all these machines will be gone. Goes along the back of the building. And connects with the other set. You can see another cable coming along. This is on the inside. And this is our, in case of emergency, break glass room. Or we can just go through the door. So here's where the batteries connect. And this isolates the batteries from the factory. And then the batteries and this disconnect here connected this. You can see that isn't, well, I guess it does go, it goes to the rest of the factory. But the other side of this goes to the train station. And nothing else, at least right now there's some loops, but the temporary poles, once the temporary poles are cleaned up, this cable right here will be a single point of connection to the rest of the world. So we can flip this off, which will isolate the power plant from the rest of the world. And this is isolating from the power plant itself, and right now it is turned off. So it cannot be drained. Under a crisis, it cannot be drained. And worst case scenario, everything dies. We come over here, we walk over here, disconnect the factory from the rest of the world, turn the batteries back on, and it will turn on all the fuel pumps and everything, and get the 85 gigawatts back up and running, which will allow us to jumpstart the rest of the world. So that wiring is done. Said all of these are done. They're red lights because their network is not plugged in yet. Intentionally. Just because they are a source and I don't want the sources running until we're ready to turn the whole thing on. Let's get regular walls because we're not going to be using concrete. Connect this to, there's none in the middle. Okay. So when we're ready to turn on all the water pumps, we'll just connect that line. And that will work. We'll need to clean all this up, but it's not in the way of things running. We will need to disconnect with this. Hey. We probably could do that now. We'll do that in a moment. We'll need to run this pipe over to here. I moved. You guys remember at the end of the last thing we did in last stream was I put that giant sign up there, the big billboard that said "Move this pipe." I moved it. It's now aligned with the interior. But we'll need to, of course, we still need to put the pumps on it. What we're going to start with, primarily all we need to do today is get the fluid pumps to make sure everything goes as high as we need them. We also need to fix a couple of these pipes because when I did these were lined up properly. These were not. I counted how many foundations away these were. And then I mirrored that over here. The problem is I counted them from the edge, not from where this would be. So you can see, because like the feet are going to go up. This would have been running it. This would have run into the feet. So this is where they should have come to. So I marked them out when I had a little bit of time, and figured we would go ahead and finish this. Moving these pipes on stream. Give me clicky. Cannot. Okay. Well, that's fine. Get this one here. Before we do that, standard. Or out can we get? This is something super cool. I wanted to show you guys. Where can we go? Can I go where? Isn't that cool? Oh, I love that. I got to do that several times doing the front. I was like, oh, I should be recording this. Like, no, we'll leave some face open so that we can show everyone else. It was so neat. I had to do it. All right. Okay, it's in the middle. Okay, now. Don't make me exit out and add that mod in. Where is the middle? That is the middle. It is not the smart mod. It is the infinite zoop mod. Infinite zoop allows the two-dimensional function of walls, but does not allow us to do that with the foundations, unfortunately. I'm going to set pipes to this color. I don't know if we're going to stick with this color because of it doesn't contrast enough. I like this, but it doesn't contrast enough with the black back. But we might, we can always change the backing. I don't know. I'll worry about that later. I don't have a smart mod installed as much as I want to use smart mod for the two-dimensional zooping of foundations. Smart mod comes with too many other functions that I don't want. I'm still doing my best to keep vanilla. And whenever I've looked at smart mod, it had functions in it that I did not want to incorporate in my vanilla run. I can't quote what they were. What earmarked is not acceptable for me. But if it's not a quality of life improvement, if it does more than that, then I don't want it in this series. I would like to do some modded stuff. We're not going to in this series. That been a wall hole. And I'm going to have to figure out what's going on with my connection, my construction preferences mod, because there's something's broke since yesterday. Because when I first installed it, I tested the ability. Like right here, I'm hitting the enter key. We should see that cycling between Mark 1, 2, and 3, and that's just, that line is just blank. I shouldn't have to hold in the key. So it's, even if I didn't test the wall stuff, which I think I did, I definitely tested the ground stuff, and I was like, oh, this is amazing. I'm so happy with this. I know it was working. Oh, speaking of Infinite Zoop, they also updated that mod, and they added a feature that I'm like, how was this not always a thing, and how did I not realize that this is something I needed? So a lot of times, you guys have seen me zoop really long distances. And, you know, if you remember, like, when we were doing the circuit board facility, I accidentally zooped halfway across the northern Spire, the Spire coast. They've addressed that. So, like, say I was trying to hit 35, you can see how much of it, I skipped right past it. So I can get in the area, and now I can scroll the mouse wheel. I'm not moving the mouse at all. Now I can scroll and get a fine control. And once I've moved the mouse wheel, it's locked in. So, you know, if I'm not sure how far it is that I need, I could fly over there and look to see if it's really to the right place without it running around on me. I love that. It's such a good enhancement on the mod. And like, when I read the update to it, they say, well, we've added this. I was like, yes, I need that. I need that right now. And how did I not know that I was missing that? Not the right turn. Not. So I absolutely love it. Yeah, it is great. It is. I mean, I could have used it a little sooner. We were drawing out all these floors. It would have made it a lot easier. But we have it now. Or I have it now, and anyone else who's using the mod has it now. Oh, good grief. You'd think I'd never done this before. Oh. So all we need to do is run these two pipes. We don't need to do anything internally, just connect them. And then we will start putting our pumps down. And I think we're ready to turn it on. You know, we'll do a quick look over, but I don't think there's anything else to do. I really think we're at that point. I mean, obviously there will be inevitably troubleshooting that needs to be done. Which issue, Jake, are you talking about? I have never used smart mod, so any issues I'm running into is not related to smart mod. The issue if you're talking about the power pull issue, that's construction preferences. In fact, it's just not functioning at all. I have it installed, but you can see that is a Mark 1 pole. You've never seen me put a Mark 1 pole down because I have it set to Mark 2. So if we go to construction preferences, the entry here for poles is just gone. It used to be multiple entries here for customizing the poles, and they're just missing in action. And I'm genuinely confused because I have to authorize updates. You know, when how do we go about? Oh, okay, that's it. When there is a when there is a mod update, the mod manager says, "Hey, there's an update to this. Would you like to install it?" It doesn't just automatically do it. And so I authorized the upgrade of the mod, tested it, it worked great, and there hasn't been a subsequent update that I've had to authorize for that mod. I'm genuinely confused. And the Infinite Zoop update came before the instruction preferences update. So that was already a thing before I installed this. Yeah, 1 point exactly, Jake. Thanks for checking that. And it, like I said, it worked perfectly. Nothing has been updated as far as I'm aware of in my game since I tested that yesterday. And yet it's clearly not working. I mean, it's not true, right? I've installed 2 things since then. Neither of them are installed at the moment, but I've loaded 2 things. Again, earlier today I loaded the extended hover pack distance, which is inactive right now, so it's technically not loaded. In fact, you won't even see it on the list. So the game's completely unaware of it. Earlier in this week I installed Sky UI. R is the wheel. So for me, I don't use R because I play left-handed. I hold in R. Yeah, see, R does nothing for me. But that's this button right here. And it does. I mean, as you can see, I'm able to hold in that button and switch between them. But like normally. See, normally you can. Well, now it's not letting me do it at all. Good grief. That's interesting. Like the base version of it doesn't let me do it. If I drag it, see, now it's behaving. Now I'm tapping it and it's working. But it's still not letting me go to the wall. So this suddenly decided to unbreak itself. You saw it live. I hit the same key I was doing before when I was trying to show you. But, you know, I don't know. So this is the only other thing I've installed this week. You know, I've always used permaday mod to keep it in daytime for recording purposes. And this week when I was making the plant up there. In fact, while we're talking, let's go over there because I want to check and see if there's any Mark 1 poles over there. This will be very informative. while I was recording that, I came to a realization, which is that there are times when I'm making a video where I have to stop and come back later, and I want to make it seamless. The video shouldn't look like there's time has passed, and the weather system has sabotaged that before. Because I can come back later and it can be raining, and then suddenly in my clip, it's like there's no change in my talking. It looks like I haven't moved, and yet it goes to rain, or it comes back from rain, or it goes from bright out to really dark because of it being overcast. And I like the rain, and I'm very happy that there is a weather feature in the game, but it sabotages the continuity of some of the storytelling. And so I needed a mod to allow me to influence the weather. And I did a little searching, and I found this mod that I can. So the previous one, all it did was daytime, or time adjustment, and it was all through command lines. On this one, I just hit Control L, and I get this handy dandy awesome interface. So now I can start and stop time all I want. I can change the weather. I can lock the weather. I can disable fog. I can change the length of daytime and nighttime. This is awesome. This is quality work. They took the time to put in a nice interface for it. Currently I'm just leaving it at noon, just like I always did, so it's not having an impact. But it also allows me to do the thing I needed to do that I couldn't do before, which is disable rain. You're gonna get an unintended preview here of tomorrow's episode, so just don't look too closely at all that. I want to check, because I installed that mod while I was making this video. There have been power poles I have created since then, and I want to see if any of them are marked 1 and I just didn't notice. Yeah, lady, I stumbled across it just by accident because I was trying to control the weather, and I was like, wow, this completely replaced the mod I already had, and it's a great interface. Oh, these are all marked 2. That means that a second to deal with the spammer. All right. Excellent. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This was the very last poll. I just happened to know this was the very last poll I built during making the episode, and it was Mark 2, which means the mod was definitely working at that time. And that was well after I had installed the new daytime mod. I'm trying not to look too far over there. See, I like this. The little red. It's almost like an Indian totem of a eagle or something. I toyed with trying to get a big red V on there for my brand, and it was just not coming out well. I might go back and revisit it. Oh yes, that's good. Let's just leap off to where it's all gas. Oh, hello. Oh, no, no power. Ow. And this station's going to be gone. I didn't drive up to the other station because the air station, as you might have noticed, is not connected. We'd have to back. You know, I showed you that there was a new merger point on the other end. You see, this side doesn't quite make it yet. This is the height of laziness. We're literally going right over there, and I'm going to take the train. And that conveyor right there will be gone. That conveyor is delivering coal down to our temporary aluminum plant. We'll be repurposing it for the aluminum plant up there. I kept wanting to turn and look at it while I'm talking, but I'm trying not to fix it. But this should not be our. This is not going to. Okay, stop. Okay, I waited way too long to stop. This is definitely not going to be another 10-hour stream. We're going to turn this thing on, and we might play with some of the aesthetics on the exterior. But we're going to mostly be in troubleshooting mode and making sure everything's running properly. I am just so happy with the way the pipes came out. It's always great when your vision comes, you know, to reality and actually meets what your expectation, meets or exceeds your expectations. Okay, so our plumbing is redone. Yeah, we definitely connected that on the inside. We're going to need. I think we're going to, for simplicity, I think we're going to not worry about over pumping. And just put them in, you know, places that unify them. I wish there was a way of snapping this. Let's line there. What was it seeing? Oh no, it's just there it is. What's that lining up with? I'm trying to get in a habit of staying on a build screen like this because whenever I have something, I right click to close it out. If I'm on a screen that's full of stuff, I end up bringing up these menus even when all I'm trying to do is double click to close the window. So I've been trying to get into the habit of being on a build screen that is not populated. Because you guys have seen me. I go out of my way to use the clone tool. I almost never open up the build menu, which lady started using in her most recent episode. I can't express how much joy that brought me, lady, when I saw you. And if you're talking to your audience, and if you hold down if you press the middle mouse button, you can do this. And I'm like, yes, she's doing it. I always watch you go back to your build menu over and over again. And I'm like, oh, that's so painful. I'm just, I'm an efficiency person, so no right way or wrong way. It's just I I'm so much to the other extreme of never going to the build menu if I can avoid it. That it sticks out to me when someone someone does. That should be fine for that. Okay. Now, I don't know for sure that these are... We're going to, we probably need to put pumps earlier in the line to get to these pumps. But this is a start. This is our unified front. This is what's going to be seen. I want it to look good. We'll come back and we're going to need to put wall power things. I want to get all of these in place first. We're too far away to snap to the other ones. Find out what's behind the wall if the other one was... Oh, that's not going to be any good. That's too low for the pipe to our left. Oh, this is not going to be aligned with those. Sadness. So yeah, going back, it was bothering you too, lady, having to go back and forth to the build menu. I had the benefit of, doing Minecraft as a series, and in Minecraft they have the same button, and it is infinitely more important in Minecraft especially when you're doing large scale builds. So I was already in the habit of using that, and so when it was introduced to this game, because it wasn't always a feature in this game. I don't remember when they added it, but it wasn't always a feature. Yeah, that's fine, lady. Not everyone has to play Minecraft. It's just my playing Minecraft is what got me in the habit of using that key. So when the feature came to this game, I was like, yay! And I already had the muscle memory habit of doing that. Thanks to using that feature in a different game. Oh look, you see the wall behind us? There is 2 walls there. Okay. I mean, and there's lots of features that lots of shortcuts that I don't use, that other people live by, so. And I tend to run into that anyway because I play left-handed. And there's a lot of keyboard shortcuts that require holding down Alt or Control, and I have no hands anywhere near those. I mean, I can thumb over to the Control key, which I do when I'm doing the snap to grid. I'm reaching from my hands on the number pad for movement, and I can thumb over and hit the Control. But this hand is on a mouse, so the entire alphabet is off limits for me, so I can't control something, anything while I'm playing. And so there are a lot of really useful shortcuts in games that I learned to live without. And honestly, I have nobody to blame but myself because you're lefty too. So what I was about to say is I'm not actually left-handed. I'm ambidextrous. I think that left-handed gaming is better because using the number pad for movement is vastly familiar than using WASD, because the way the buttons are all lined up and all the buttons are right around it are really easy to use. And at this point, at this stage in my life, to go back to gaming right-handed would take me so much effort because I've been left-handed gaming for over 20 years. You know, using the mouse left-handed and the numpad right-handed on the right side. And so by saying I'm ambidextrous doesn't really mean a whole lot when it comes to gaming because I'm ingrained on playing left-handed at this point. But if I took the time, I'm sure that I could retrain to play right-handed. I'm kind of stubborn on it at this point. And like I won't play a game that won't allow you to rebind keys because I refuse to try to play it right-handed. I'm a very vocal crusader for lefties. There's a thing to snap to right there. I don't know what it is, but it's snapping to something. So we'll go with it. Yeah, lady, I think that lefties are more likely to be good at using their right hand than righties are to using their left hand. And I don't know if that's because, you know, lefties are right-brained, and right-brained tends to be more creative. And so maybe that's just a natural strength that we have. Or if it's because we're in a right-handed society and we learned to use our right hands by force, whereas right-handers are less likely to be forced to. So Jake, you're talking about putting lift pumps on the pipes on the other side of the wall. That shouldn't be necessary because where these turn, they only go downhill. So there shouldn't be any need for pumps, and these purple ones are gravity fed because these are 100%. You know, the coming from these and going downhill, right? There's no point where they go above the machine. But the interior purple ones, by design, shouldn't need it. Oh, you're saying that's what the pumps are snapping to? You might be right. It's just so inconsistent, you know, when it comes to pipe things. Like the pipe junctions and the pipe pumps on whether or not they're going to snap to something. And then what is it that they're snapping to? And you're probably right. It's probably exactly what they're snapping to. Not going to worry about the repainting. Okay, I think we have all of the external pumps that we need on the building. We still need to do all the water pumps. And I think we're just going to assume on all of these, put pumps on them. There are already pumps way back there because those had to kind of go up elevation to come across, and I just didn't want to mess with it. Like, maybe the machines were giving enough head lift, maybe they weren't. I don't care.
Harvest.
I mean, we're building an 85 gigawatt power plant. We can spare a few extra megawatts. I say that, and now I'm wanting to be greedy and only use a Mark 1 on these because we know we're not going too far. Lady, see, I had the same experience, but in reverse, in school. So you're saying that your teachers made you go right-handed. like I said, when I say I'm ambidextrous, I mean in the truest sense. And when I was a child, in school, I would, I'd work on my homework, and when I write slanted. Because, if my paper's straight, then all my writing is slanted to one side. Well, I had that same slant with either hand, but opposite directions. And I would do my homework, and I would either that hand would get tired, or I would get to the other side of the page or whatever, and I'd switch hands, and then I would continue my homework with the other hand. And the writing was identical, except it would slant one way for a while, and then it would slant the other way for a while. And I had a teacher who got so frustrated with it that she made me choose a hand and only use that one hand. And I can't begin to calculate the damage that teacher did to me. Because you're a kid and they're authorities, and therefore, well, you do what the adults tell you to do. And so I chose left hand. I don't know why I chose left hand, but I did. For whatever reason, I chose left hand. So I'm going to use this to see how far this goes.
Harvest.
I don't think it's going to tell me, is it? Not going to tell me. If I were a parent, like I don't know if I told my parent or not. I think you just, they're an authority figure and you just do what you're told. I know that if I were a parent and I found out a teacher had told my kid to choose a hand, my kid was ambidextrous, that teacher would get a real serious earful from me. Just genuine earful, because I would not allow that. And so now I'm a little dominant right-handed for some things, a little dominant left-handed for other things.
Your contract legally compels you to.
No, I'm just not going to monkey with this. Let's go Mark II all over.
Harvest.
And it's funny, like in college, I ran into that again in college. In college you have to take a physical credit, a PE type credit, and I chose bowling, which was awesome. Like, oh, I get to bowl, and for a purpose, and which is awesome because it gives you open access to the bowling alley. You just bowl all you please. And when I'm bowling, I strike better with my left hand and I spare better with my right hand. And my bowling instructor said you have to pick a hand. You're not allowed to bowl. You're not allowed to switch hands while bowling. I was like, what? Hating on ambidextrous people again. And so I chose to bowl right-handed because, while strikes are great, not being able to pick up spares, you're never gonna compete. My first ball, if I did not throw a strike with my left hand, the remaining pins were not gonna get knocked over. Those remaining pins were gonna stay up because I had very little control over the ball left-handed. I had that perfect arc for hitting right where you need, the pocket you need to hit the strike with my left hand. And if I was off any, it was all over. I was not going to pick up a spare. So of course I went with the hand that can actually get spares. Let's upgrade this. Yeah, I love bowling too. Yeah, bowling is so fun. I think the last time I went bowling was at a work event, and I had a colleague that we were friendly rivals. Like we were such rivals that we
Picking up multiple
even both
Ficsit
interviewed for the
personnel in
same
area.
position,
Proceed with harvest before it's too
and
late.
neither of us got it. But the point being is that it seemed like we always got put up against each other. And we were both at the work event, and the work event was bowling, like a banquet and bowling and whatnot. And so of course we ended up against each other in bowling. And it got down to where I was done. I had thrown my last ball. She had thrown her next to last ball, and we were tied. She had to hit any one pin. So as she was approaching with the ball, getting ready to throw it, I said, you have to hit at least one pin to beat me, and then she guttered it. She was so mad at me. Oh, it was so good. I put the pressure on her just as she started to run to the line. She realized what was at stake, and like, oh. So we came out to the exact same pin count. It was good times. All right, I think we have all the piping, all the plumbing. Like I said, those Mark II pumps probably could be Mark I, and honestly, two of them I pretty much guarantee we don't need, like, at all, because these two pipes right here, they're coming from that height of an elevation. You can see how high up the miners are, the extractors. So I think those extractors are definitely higher than the pumps that they're going to. You know what? I'm going to trust the system. I'm going to disconnect those two, because they're starting at a higher elevation than our first set of pumps on the wall. Everything else, we're just not going to monkey with it. All right. Water pipes. That's all we need. Yeah, I am an evil person. I'll play dirty. Like, I didn't do a loud sound. I didn't distract her. I just, I put the pressure on, but I waited until she was on the run. I used her competitiveness against her. And essentially saved the day. I think that's the last time I've gone bowling. But I love bowling. Like, I've looked into, casually, not seriously, looked into what it would take to get a bowling lane put in your house. And the cost of a bowling lane is crazy. I mean, having a bowling lane installed is like, I think like the cheapest bowling lane you can get installed into your house is like 30 grand. It's unbelievably expensive. It would be cheaper for me to buy a house next to a bowling lane and just go bowl every day at the bowling lane than it would to have a bowling lane installed in a house. And my house isn't, there's no space in this house that would be large enough for me to install a bowling lane. I would have to have an addition put on the house. Which is definitely never happening. That is something. But I've never looked into, like, installing a basketball court or something in my backyard, or there's no other sports related things that I've done any research into installing, because I'm not a sports person. Bowling is just one of those fun activities that you can just do it and just do it until you're tired. I think that would be awesome to do that in your house. Not snapping anything. Oh, where is our power? It's on the nearest side. Hey, Greg. Welcome. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. I think we missed you last stream, didn't we? So you're saying you can backfire, and they can get a strike in regards to into messing with my competitor. She had already she was at the point to where she had to get a spare. It was already too late for her to get a strike. But she straight guttered that ball when I said that, and it was just awesome. Like, you have to hit one pin. Don't go for this. Don't have to go for the spare. You just have to hit one pin. And I knew if I pointed it out before she started the run, then she would just aim for one pin and wouldn't try to get the spare. So I was not going to help her out. It's always good to see you, Craig. You're lurking. This is driving me nuts because I have nothing unified to snap these two. I'm just gonna have to live with it. Oh, we're not gonna have enough space on these. Oh, we have no space on. Yeah, we're gonna have to run a new feed. The middle ones, there's room. I can't drag this because the thing is broken. Can't use that one because it is. That's the line that's isolated to the batteries. Well, let's put one here. Yeah, the last stream was it because I was so determined to turn this thing on. Last stream, I just couldn't give up on it. I should have, but I just couldn't. I was so determined. If I hadn't messed up the piping, we might have gotten it done. We probably would have gotten it done. But it is what it is. It still would have been a very long stream because we were still, like, when we stopped. Well, that's not in the middle. When we stopped, we still had to wire up the packaging floors, both of them, which is 228 machines. Oh, good. Just be clean about this. For a line. It's driving me nuts. I can't draw the lines. No, why would you think I'd want to do that? That's the wrong. No, that's the right one. Okay. along this line right here. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? It's a blue environment to indicate the watery environment. On the, you'll see it in the next episode if you catch tomorrow's episode, but the aluminum factory, it's got to be one more pump somewhere. I feel like... Oh, here it is. Stop that. Shooting at me. There's, there are machines that take water. You're going to push me to my limits sometime. And I always use these aqua blue paints on the pipes for machines that are receiving water. But there is some, some of the machines output water as well. And I consider that gray water or dirty water. So they're a different shade of blue. See, don't do that. I don't want this. I don't care for this feature that will sometimes merge power lines. It always happens when I don't want it to. All right. But it's. I use a separate color scheme on those pipes to indicate that they are dirty water, impure water. And I was pleased with doing so. But it's a good indicator because we're using water in different places. And it's a nice visual indicator that this pipe has water from a source that is somewhere else in the circulatory system, because the pipes are near each other. The other side of it. And this guy right here. Yeah. What in the world is that thing it's snapping to? Any of these probably don't require Mark II. Again, I just don't want to mess with it. Because they're only going up one floor. Correct one. We don't want to connect it to the batteries. And we copy that because we can't. So for those of you who don't use the construction preferences mod that I use, aren't you normally able to, like, doesn't this normally turn to a wall mount? I didn't think the construction preferences was doing that. I thought that was a base game feature. Like, construction preferences is allowing me to pick what grade of wall mount, but I didn't think it was giving me the ability to do wall mounts. I thought that was a base game thing. I mean, it's driving me batty. I really want to troubleshoot that right now, but it takes several minutes for me to load the game. You guys would be sitting here for the next 10 minutes while we exit and re-enter and exit and re-enter. And you'd just be staring at a black screen with probably with my face in the corner. That's not quality content. And the game's functioning, it's just critical. I just have to live with it. Hopefully there's not much more of it. I think it's everything. We might literally be... What are we missing? We have to redirect that pipe over there. I think all the water is pumped. We have 6 on each side.
Harvest hit.
Well, that... no, that's... no, we're not. Because... this... yeah, we should put... because this is coming from these guys. Again, I'm pretty sure, because that's... so we would make it up that way, but it wouldn't make it up. Oh, we should. Gonna figure out where we're going to figure out where we're going to put our power. Okay, that's straight. You're playing 7 iterations of another game at the same time, Jake? See, lady, that's what I thought. That it was a base game function. Obviously, I have them unlocked because there they are. Of course, I don't have the Mark 1, as we've talked about in the past, because I don't want it on my radial. Or on this. Oh, no, I don't want to take power from the inside because that's the batteries. How are we going to get power to this pump? Cannot use that connection. That's the battery connection. Guess we use this one. That is not optimal. Because it would want, that's literally the point I'd want it to connect at. Guns of Glory. I'm not familiar with that game. We need power. We're not going to paint the feet black. Android game, okay. You're playing 7 iterations of it. Do you have 7 copies of it open all at the same time? I think we're just gonna have to do it like this. The wire will droop a little bit. That's all right. Sacrifices have to be made. Or 4 on emulators on your computer and 3 on devices. So, why exactly are you running 7? Are you running your own guild in real time? In real time? Is that? I mean, I have been known, you know, back in my MMO days to run, you know, like 2 copies of like World of Warcraft or EverQuest at the same time. You know, having 2 accounts. Did I go 2 down or 1? Down 1. Yeah. I mean, and who didn't, especially back in EverQuest, because you know you had to have your druid that could teleport you across the map. Pocket druid. Level them up just enough to get the spells. Fuel. That's on the line. That's middle. It's 1 down from middle. It just doesn't look right. Oh. The walls aren't lined up. What is going on here? Look. Who's misbehaving? You are. I'm gonna pre-place this where I know it goes. Ah, we have a misalignment here, and it was catching on the other one. Yeah, Jake doing guild tasks. Yeah, that's what I figured. Before I close off the interior, or make it more challenging to get to it. There we go. And we'll have to do something similar on the other end, though we don't have that node to connect to, so we'll have to be more creative. You already know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to annoyingly go to my build menu. That's what I'm going to have to do. That doesn't look right either. It is right. I guess, because we don't normally have the walls interacting like that. Great, now I can go back to that menu again. Let's fix this mod. No, do not intercept fire. Bad enough that the mod isn't working now. It's also something's interfering with the base game function. No, do not. Good grief. Any Doctor Who fans in the crowd? I know that we've mentioned Doctor Who in the past, that I haven't been watching it for a while because it's gone downhill so badly. But I read something. Oh, something told me something that prompted me to watch the most recent episode of Doctor Who. And what an episode it was. I know that so if you're behind on the Doctor, which is fair because it's been terrible lately, and I made myself watch, I think, parts of season 12 just in hopes that there would be something redeeming coming from it, and it just got worse and worse and worse. But the most recent episode, it's significant, and if you're a Doctor Who fan, you might want to. It's like an hour and a half long special. It's pretty significant. I think Tom Baker's actually in it. There are some. I haven't done my research. I don't remember which actors are still alive. There are clearly some stand-ins, but it's another one of those specials where we're seeing past Doctors. But I know some of them were legit. The very old men reprising their role. I want to say Tom Baker makes an appearance. The real Tom Baker. I think he's still alive, and I think he makes an appearance. Right, he was the caretaker, right? Yeah, I think he's in this one too. There was a couple of really old men that looked even older than last time, and a little harder to distinguish. I think that he's in this one as well. Yeah, great. Yeah, I'm trying not to give away too many details, but yes, it's Jodie Whittaker's last appearance, or 13th Doctor's last appearance. It's, we obviously can't say that it's Jodie Whittaker's last appearance because historically we do see some of those actors return. But it is, it's one heck of an episode. I'll just put it that way. And it's canonically pretty significant. There's a big reveal on it that I'm just dying to give. I'm not gonna. There was a detail that I had caught that I wish I hadn't caught in the media, but had I not caught it, I wouldn't have watched the episode. It was a specific detail that went, oh god, I have to watch this. And I ended up cheering quite loudly here alone in my home due to that detail. Because it made me so excited. It also means I'm going to be watching the next season at least actively. highlighting the thing. I also think it's also reintroducing Russell T. Davis to showrunner. I think he's going to return as a showrunner. They're gonna stop. They're gonna stop airing it in Australia. Why? What would that be? Was Whitaker Australian, and now they're protesting her not being in the show anymore? You know, we'll stop falling out of the air when we actually connect these power things together, but they're all separated because reasons. Oh, oh, whew. I was gonna fall in the dirty, dirty, dirty water. Oh, so it's a channel in Australia that doesn't have commercials. Yeah, I can't argue with not wanting to watch. I don't like commercials either. Oh, oh, just safe from the muck water. Yeah, I mean, I can't. I like I said, the show has been very, very subpar for some time now. Did I connect on the inside? No. But based on the most recent episode, I will be. If I'm gathering the implication right, there's only going to be like 3 episodes next year. They're all going to be specials. I think is what their intent is, which is disappointing. But I think 2023 is not going to be a regular season. Up, falling. Oh yeah, absolutely, Greg. It has definitely been a failure in writing, not in acting. I guess, below the waterline. And I've said that before, that I feel bad for Jodie Whittaker and for I had his name, and before I said Jodie Whittaker, I lost it. Peter Capaldi. I feel sorry for both of them because they're both good actors. I feel like that they got shortchanged on their chance as being a doctor because of just the bad writing. And I respect that there are some, significant challenges in writing for a show that has so much history and so many rules, and such a committed fan base. So I respect the challenge, but they get paid to rise to that challenge, and it really has felt like they just aren't trying. There's a lot of what? There's been a lot of decisions made to be shocking and stunning rather than good storytelling. And it's just way too much trope. Like how many times have the Daleks been completely eliminated from the universe? And then another pocket of them was always found. And how many times has the master not only died, but
Breaking
very
news
committedly
alert.
gone out of the way to
Widespread
stress
chaos and
that it's
mayhem.
permanent
World
death?
President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest
And
daily
even been,
harvest.
even once he even was cremated, and yet he keeps coming back. Just it's the same. It's they keep falling back on the same enemy, and they keep last removing the same enemies and then keep returning them. Yeah, same with superhero movies. Exactly, Mark. And by the way, welcome back. At least with superhero movies, a lot of times they're rebooting, or they're one of the benefits that superhero movies, modern superhero movies at least, has is that they are um, they are based off of comics, and the comic genre, people who originally were following that, are already used to the concept of I don't want to say multiverse because now they've been abusing that as a literal thing. But no, but accepting that there are independent retellings of stories that are all canon, even though they don't all mesh. So the movies with especially with comic superheroes, get away with doing rebooting Spider-Man
Comply.
14 times and changing what's true about the world because it's a reimagining of a familiar story, and at least the audience is conditioned to accept that it doesn't have to all be continuation of the existing universe. And sometimes that's a lazy way out, but also sometimes it allows them to tell compelling stories without having to consider what that's going to do to the long-term canon. Like, how many good stories have we had involving the Joker that we couldn't have had if after the first time he died, he was never allowed to be in a story ever again? Because in canon, he's dead. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And exactly, the Doctor is meant to be a continual story. It's not meant to be a. It's very purposely not a multiverse because they do travel the multiverse a couple of times. Um, so they've gone out of their way to express that that is a thing and that they are very specifically just one universe. So we shouldn't be seeing the same monster of the week that's been eliminated. If you want to tell us it's an alternate universe, okay, fine. Um, if you want to tell us that the Daleks came back because they came from a different universe, okay, fine. They're not the same Daleks then. But it's how many times has Dalek Khan reappeared after being killed, or oh no, yes, we absolutely everyone definitely died, but I slipped away through the time rift. No, no. First of all, you're not Time Lords. Stop time traveling so much. Stop using that as their escape. And just they're they're cheap every time they do it. They cheapen not only the story they're telling, but the stories that came before it that they're breaking. I know that I'm mindlessly drawing out walls, even though we're not doing the facade right now. But I just kind of want to finalize at least some of this design before we turn it on. We're not gonna have to make any alterations that we're gonna then have to re-troubleshoot. All that is false wall. Like there was. Am I going to remove a temp power pole? I probably should, Craig. These, there's really only one place I think I have to worry about removing temporary power poles, which is just go to the station and follow it back. I think the whole thing. I know where. I made an isolated grid. I think that at this point, if I didn't goof it up, we have 2 power grids going on right now, which is the way I want it. You know, all the grid, the entire grid that's touching the walls, right? All of these guys should have a single point of contact along the back wall. I don't think that I ever cheated and dragged one down to a temporary pole. If I did, then we might have 1 grid as opposed to 2. There is 1 temporary pole that it is connected to, but that's the back is on a temporary pole going to the station. I don't think that there's 2 grids outside of that, though. Yeah, Mark, Lord of the Rings was phenomenal. I loved everything about it. I have a little less positive to say about the Hobbit series. You know, Desolation of Smaug and all that stuff. Because of the money grab that they did in it, turning 2 books into 3 movies, and the significant readjustment of the stories they had to do just to milk that extra movie out of it is not something. Come on, you know, as a content creator. I don't appreciate when people take shortcuts in their content creation for the sake of gains. Never sacrifice the story. So we are not done connecting everything up because we still have to connect up all these pumps. See, I knew that if we dilly-dallied around enough that we would discover other mistakes or things that need to be done. Yeah, Greg, I mean, when we remove the corner ones, it will probably do top-down. I think it's an isolated. I think the 2 grids are isolated. I don't think that any of these poles connect to the ceiling. And if that's true, then we're good to go. I can guarantee the batteries are absolutely, definitely isolated. Let's get ourselves a Mark II. It'll look like on the inside. We want to do it high because they're going to be connected to the ceiling. Probably, if we have... Oh, we might not have open... let's place one just to copy it later. That's full. That's got 1. That one's full. That's got 1. Okay. Because these have to connect to the roof ones, so I think we're okay. We have a couple of the roof ones that are open. Let's stay, since it's gonna auto save. Let's stay over ground. ETA for switch on is really soon. I think we're doing our final checks. I think the last thing that we have to do is connect these pumps, which is what we're doing right now. And the pumps on that side, that one line. All of the water pumps are connected. I think literally it's just these pumps going up the front and that one pump on the side. So ETA could be in the next 10 minutes or so. I think right there is going to be good. No. Yeah, we'll go with it. If I ever need another connection pole here, I can intercept one and put it to the ceiling. All right, it's 2 in from the side. And just under the top. Two in, just under the top. Okay, that should have come in between them. What have I done wrong? Don't tell me I have to move these pumps over one more. That's gonna be the truth. These are gonna be 1 block in. Oh, they are 1 block in. Why? Why do I make these mistakes? Yeah, there are always teething problems with, especially when we're dealing with fluids. Had to be a different height because of the turn. Oh, I don't want to get rid of the pump yet because the pump is going to be something I can snap on the grid to. Okay, where power, maybe power, fine, I'll do it from here. That looks right. I know that I could leave that on here, but I'm going to have to delete the pump or the pipe, and I don't want to connect. I want the pump to be connected to the pipe, not the pipe connected to the pump. But we will delete it and then rebuild it. So aluminum production soon? Is that what you're talking about? You were asking about, Mark? Yes, sort of. We will have aluminum production in a week, but we will now have power for that aluminum production. Tomorrow's aluminum-related episode will not see the completion of the aluminum factory. Near completion. I cannot wait to finish the aluminum factory because there are things I'm going to do with it that I haven't done with any other build in this series that I've been wanting to do, since I envisioned the factory, and I haven't been able to reveal it because it's just would take away the impact of it. And so I keep having to be coy about what I'm actually doing with the factory. I can't wait to get to that point. I can actually do it. And that's going to be next episode. Not tomorrow, but following. I'm having to build the factory in a specific order to not implement not give away the final vision. Right. So that we can definitely keep because we didn't have to break that pipe, which is awesome. We do have to because we need to break this pipe, and I don't want. I just said I don't want the pipes to be connected to the pump. I want the pumps connected to the pipes. Oh. Right, how high can we get? All right, it's gonna have to be enough. Oh, I didn't have it painted black. Okay, well, great. I'm gonna have to redo all that. Still, looks super cool. I also want to place the pumps after I have the pipes run through the holes because we know how pumps sometimes just don't work. It's just don't work when they go through holes. But that was an easy fix. I'm going to leave that right now because we're going to. I was going to say we're going to snap on it, but we don't need to because we will be. Where am I missing? That's what I'm missing. We should be able to snap to. We've got the bottom pumps already, so we just snap to the top of the. Why not? Okay, there it is. There we go. Good with that. You can go away now. Go away. And you. So we just don't need this anymore. Side and connect. I didn't paint the other one. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to be doing a massive pass through off camera of painting and cleaning things up, so I'll worry about that then. Oh, it's going to be harder to paint this, or it's going to be to just to redraw it, repaint it. I don't think that either way is going to be easier than the other. also need to work out how the final look's going to be here. Like, am I going to run that straight across the bottom, delineating the altered shape? That's where the shape change starts. Or if I'm going to run the red all the way down, I don't know yet. I don't want it to run in, falling out of the sky. There's got to be power around here somewhere. Wasn't there a wall hole? What? Where'd the wall hole go? There was a wall hole somewhere. We connected the... pipe to it. Yeah, right here. What? I don't know what happened. We're trying so hard to get it right so that there are no teething problems. Okay. All pumps replaced? Yes. Very good. Pumps are connected, the first set. Very good. Let's just jab one through a wall here and then go on the inside and figure out where that actually lines up. Very good. I don't mind the cable going a little further. In fact, that way we can just do this. Pumps are yellow, they have power. Excellent. I don't think that they're going to remain purple. I like the purple and black, but again, I don't think there's enough contrast for the distance. So that will probably be changed. Get high up so that we can rift over. That's not going to work. I'll deal with that later too. Oh, oh. Random grab here. Going not the right place, but that's okay. Oh, so close. So close. I think I was on the exterior one. Just to remain consistent. There's a pump right there that needs the same treatment. think we'll do one. Oh, no, that's the one up there too. We'll just do the same split. Or more. Oh, nope, it's going right through the pipe. Figures. I think I'm going to spread the load out just a little bit. Oops. Knocked the mouse and went flying. Right, one more pump to connect, and I think we're go time. A pipe for this one to run through, so that should be okay. It's a little clippy, but we're gonna have to deal with it. If I turned it the other way, I think it would clip to that wall. I don't think we can get around it. All right, I need to redirect that pipe. And I think I just turn everything on. We cross our fingers. Oh, that was my only power source over here. Way to go. So we'll need a more permanent solution than that.
Picking up
Oh, there's the
Ficsit personnel in the area.
hidden
Proceed with harvest
annoying
before it's
thing.
too late.
We did an explosion. We want to do this. Right about. That's gonna go through the pipe. You can do it above the pipe. We need to be up there. It will not be denied. Oh. I think we're good. Let's check to see if this would even reach.
Harvest.
Oh, it will.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
Did I connect it? That's not the middle. That's the middle.
Comply.
All right. We need to connect 2 wires, and we need to start importing empty bottles. I think that's it. So let's save. Cause
I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
power pre-start. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if I end up coming back and So I'm going to have to make an episode covering the Tower of Power. And, you know, we have like 80 hours worth of build time in this, or 90 hours.
Comply.
So it's going to be a lot of my going back to previous saves and talking about the stage that it's at. And having a save from just before we turn it on
Multiple Ficsit
would give me the
personnel in
opportunity to
area. Proceed
do some
with
kind of turning
harvest
on
before it's too late.
on camera. All right. So we'll start with seeing whether or not the crude's going to make it up there. Monumental, plugging that power in. Now, of course, assuming this is working, we're going to back up the refineries fairly quickly. They'll saturate the heavy oil. But the machines that use the heavy oil won't do anything because they need bottled water. Those are pumping nicely. It's looking good. Error number 1. All right. Looking good. Head lift is exceeding. Yeah, I just don't know what that means. I mean, those are attached to the top of their push. Their distance isn't arbitrary. Those are all green lights. They're doing something. And this guy over here, yellow. Why are you yellow? There's no flow. Why is there no flow? Did I not? All right, mistake number 2. I mean, if this is it, you know, just a couple of cables not run, then those are good mistakes to make. And this is only 150 per minute. I think is all it. Yeah, see, it's averaging out to 150. I think 150 is all of that, because this is one single pump. One single impure pump. Come on, kick in, buddy. There you go. Get your shaking on. Come back and check on that in a moment. There's some heavy oil residue showing up in the pipes. That's good. These should all fill up even without our interaction, without turning the rest of the factory on, because the byproduct, which is resin, is something else I did off camera. So all the outputs are now grouped and running into awesome sinks. So the byproducts have already been resolved. Those are going, that's good. And we see the pipes are starting to fill up. I'm feeling good about this. Yeah, we shouldn't see any crude in this one yet because this is the top of the one that we just fixed. This has got a lot of backfilling to do before it gets to here, because on the previous floor it's got to fill all those, well, those two machines. But again, it's only 150 per minute, and this is consuming 60 of it between the two of them. So it's going to take a moment for those to fill up. But the fluid's making it, well, remember these holes are just for show. These pipes aren't actually connected to them. These guys are going good. Oh, look at that, 600 per minute. These have already made it to the top. Yeah, it's already full. Nice. Now, there's a lot of heavy oil residue it's got to do to fill up those pipes, but that's fine. We're not... That we don't care about. There's very little room for error fluid dynamic wise with the heavy oil, because it's entirely gravity fed. Now, of course, I could have forgotten to connect a machine to the pipe network, which has happened. You know, as long as you're all here. Or I could have miscalculated a grouping, so that's still possible. But that's not something that we're likely to know tonight, if there's a grouping issue, because that's not going to show until the entire factory is up and running at full speed. Frame rate drop because I'm in here with all the stuff. Okay, I just want to check. I want this guy to get to the top. That light's gone green. That's good. That means it's making it up here now. Zero flow. Come on. There you go. You can do it. I have faith in you. So it should average around 90 flow rate. Because 60 is being taken off of the 150 below. So only 150 should be making it, or 90 should be making its way up. We're not going to see high flow rate numbers, and that's fine. All right. Time to test one segment. We have two isolated segments, and then we have the full system. This back row is our 9.3. And then the other side of it is our 9, and these are the two isolated ones. And the rest of the factory should be one big happy family. So let's Connect the water pumps. Where was I going to connect that? Not there. Okay. These lights should not be red. Oh, right. That wasn't the connection I needed to make. It was the exterior one. That's the connection. Bunch of green lights. Okay. I'll listen to them whirl up. That's so satisfying. Hearing the entire water park all whirl up together. Harmony. Oh, I want to disconnect it and redo it again. That just sounded so good. I should start kicking in. Start getting water in these, starting over here. Slightly delayed reaction. Oh, look at it go. You can tell the pipes below it just filled up. Boy, that ballooned up quick. All right. We have 9 machines on this circuit. Times 3, so it's 27. They all can hold 100 containers apiece. Bottles. So 270 bottles, is that all? It's awfully low for one set. Our input is coming from the other side. 7. Doesn't seem. That's not right. 2,070. It's 100 apiece, not 10 apiece. That sounds like a number. Can't inject it from here. Okay. I think we need to inject it from the top. Oh, if I had realized that, I would have moved all these upstairs. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so we're going to shave off 3,000. That'll give us an extra 300 to be circulating. We will very likely need more than that, but that's okay. I'm not concerned about that at the moment. We'll probably inject the rest of them somewhere else, but I'm going to let these flow down. I don't intend to carry 40,000 canisters manually up to the top to inject them elsewhere. We'll put a merger somewhere on the main line and be fine with it. Oh, that's the roof. Well, that will be our observation deck at some point. output. Okay. Let's just get a little cheesy here. That's the 1.5. Okay, yeah, right here. We'll upscale the belt in a moment. What is our max speed? Right, it's because it's going to be the end of the belt here. Oh, I put my aluminum downstairs. What belt do we have material for? 3. Okay, Mark 3. That's going to have to be it. Joseph, welcome. Thank you. You're currently bringing yourself, binging yourself through my playlist. Excellent. Well, if you're only you're up to episode 34. You're getting close. We're tomorrow. Will be episode 42. So you're not far off of being caught up. Inject some of these onto the Mark V belts because I didn't bring the aluminum up with me. I definitely want to test this closed loop because we know exactly what machines are connected to what machines. If there's anything wrong with the design, it'll stand out. There they all go. They're going downstairs. And this is fine because that Mark V belt's going to be overwhelmed. So this is going to continually to feed into it. And we'll come back and clean that up in a bit. Anyway, Joe, so I'm always thrilled to hear people are enjoying the very hard work we put into this. And I appreciate you stopping by to actually tell me that. One of the things that us small-time YouTubers struggle with is that we don't get a lot of comments. And it's because when you have large communities established, the communities interact with each other. So it's not just the video. You know, if you look at someone who has 1 million, 2 million subscribers, the majority of the comments aren't directed at the content creator. People make comments on it, and then other people respond to those comments, and conversations start happening. And so the amount of comments that get exponentially balloons because the community is interacting with itself. And that's one of the hard things to kind of get over is the early days of a small-time YouTuber. Because all the comments are aimed at the content creator, because the community isn't truly interacting with itself yet. So it's especially good for us to hear comments. Appreciate it. So these are all coming down here. So I'm already seeing a problem.
Harvest.
And the problem is that this is a Mark V belt, but they're not condensed. No, that's not a problem.
I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
The reason is the machines that we just force-fed all those containers into do not have Mark V belts leaving the machines, so they're not feeding the Mark V feed at Mark V speed. So this wouldn't be a back-to-back belt yet. That's okay. We're seeing it start. We have bottled water going up. Making their way. These guys should Start packaging, good. They got a bunch of heavy oil residue. Oh, there goes the oh, pole. Give us a pole. Production's at 21 something. We should have looked at this before we started. Because I don't know what our regular production is now that we have those all over the place geysers. You never know what our baseline production is, but that should start going up. Let's follow these. So exciting. These are going up, up, up. If we follow this chain and it doesn't go to the same line, then we're in trouble. Look, they're coming back down. Because this should be a closed loop, so. Oh, I love watching this. The circle of life. This is why I wanted these to be external, so they were visible. I want to be able to see it. Although, it's too bad we can't turn them outwards. Go. Unpacking is happening. So they are returning to the correct machines. And again, this is going to slowly inject all of the containers necessary for this loop to function. And I didn't pick up aluminum when I was down there, so it's going to continue to slowly inject it. Silly me. Give me more stacks. All right, but we're seeing this loop work. We're not concerned about where the fuel is actually going. That's not part of the closed loop. We don't care about that because those are just those are burners. They're an end. I mean, we care about it from a math standpoint that the right distribution is going, but they're not part of the loop. So you don't actually care where those pipes ended up. But while we're waiting for those to infuse, let's follow this pipe and actually see some of our burners actually burning. So that went to the third one over. Yeah, there shouldn't be any fuel. There should be some low rate, but there shouldn't be any in the tanks. There you go. Wow, it knows we're watching. It's showing off now. All we care about is the pulsating, which it seems to be going in fits. All right, inside here. Actually, we'll go down to the next floor because it's gonna. Yeah, there we go. Look at it. We're burning fuel. The Tower of Power is coming to life. Whew. Okay, well then we're gonna say that slice is good. We're not gonna wait till it injects all of its containers. Get back down here. Yeah, it is exciting to see it finally come to life. The next one is 9.34 times 9. So we need 8,400 containers minimum, just for these to fill up. Again, we're going to need to inject more eventually for the overhead in the circuit. But for now, we can get away with not. That's the out. That's the in. That. I'm going to inject it right here. This is the other isolated loop. And we don't have to math the other ones. We just have my aluminum with me. That's okay. It's right here. We'll deal with that in a moment. We said 8,500. It's not mixed. All right, that's 4,800. We don't have to math that. Bring up my spreadsheet just so I can. Let's see here. Group 1. Keep notes of where all my containers are at. 2, 3. Group 3. All. Forget how many that is in a minute. We just put 4,800 in this one so far. How many did we put in the first one? 3,000, I think. Wait, that doesn't feel right. Oh, that was wrong. I just did this math wrong. I just saw what I had done. 9.3 machines, not times 9, times 3. Oh, good grief. Whoops. Uh-oh. That's the output, not the input. Oh. Bad. Well, at least we'll claim all the bottles. Okay. Yeah, we just sent a bunch of empty bottles. Oh my goodness. Clean up on aisle 5. Alright. Well, that's the fastest it's going to go because that's the speed of that belt. Fortunately, they don't get in the machines. Unfortunately, we're going to need to delete and replace all these belts. Because trying to pick them up manually off the belts is unreliable. We can get kind of deep into the machine and hard to target, and if we just miss one of them, then we mess up the whole thing, so. Ah. let's go get some aluminum. I'm not gonna get sabotaged by that anymore. Oh, and let's reset our default color. What a silly mistake. Now I remember why, or realized why we went to the top floor before. It was because the injection point is a merger, not a splitter. Because at the bottom, they're all splitters. We need to merge it into a line. There's no merger that we can edge onto. That's fine. Okay, I reconnected that. Good. Okay, let's not do that again. Also pick up the rest of the canisters. Try this again. So it splits all the way down here. We need to put a merger here. Introduce our bottles through that. And we said 2,800. We said it wrong before. So we'll round it at 3,000. Come on, give me the number so I don't have to do math. It's 24 of them, right? Yeah. So we need 6 more stacks. Please go the right way this time. There we go. Oh, okay. Second set. I know we need to reclaim 6 stacks, but I want to consolidate here. Where the bottles go. That's the underclocked guy. It is. The underclocked guy. Have a full stack. Gotta put him in the system somehow. The rest of it can handle itself. Yeah, right. The sound of the water pumps being freed to do their job now, because they've been stuck with the thing being full. Oh wow, we already have them coming back down. That was quick. So this is the other loop that we need to make sure is isolated. Because this one will monkey with everything if it's wrong. Because it has the one underclocked one. So in, out, we don't need to follow it. We just need to follow the belts. Thought that switched over at some point. Oh yeah, down here it switches over. We don't care about that. We know that's the second row, so that should be right up next to it, just like the other one. And as long as this is truly isolated, then I think we're good to start feeding the rest of the factory. This is our 7th live stream on this. I'm doing one a week, so we're a week shy of working on this thing for 2 months. Would you? Come on. We know there's power right there. I can see the cable. Just do me this way. No, I don't have cable on. Let me upstairs. Fine. Go get. There we go. Oh, come on. Can't. Is this not powered? Oh, that's why. One of my cleanups disconnect. I'm like, I knew that used to work because I used to go up and down using that. One of my cleanups obviously disconnected that. Yeah, there it is. I can't fly through here. I should be able to fly once I go here. And again, crucially, there's no crossover of belting. Like on all the rest of these, there's a crossover. This is the trick that allows the entire factory to work as one unit. Is that even though this is a grouping of 10, you can tell by where the pipe ends. At least that one's a grouping of 10. This is a grouping of 9, and that's a grouping of 10. We couldn't have, a 10 set of bottles going to a 9 set eventually, and then getting backed up and never being able to feed the 10 back. So what we have is that middle guy is responsible for going 9.5, splitting his output either direction. And then the water bottling at the bottom, even though they're piped in 9s and 10s, the input of conveyors for empty bottles is 9.5 coming from both sides. This allows it to spill over, come down, and come back together. And that was the workaround I came up with. That, in theory, is going to make this all work. All right, so this is fully injected. Again, I know that we're going to need to put more bottles into it for the overhead. I'm not worried about it right now. I'll just spend a little time staring at them and figure out kind of how much is needed. Okay, so we have 114 machines total for the autosave to finish. $114 on one floor. We're taking 19 off the back, so that's like 190 or not 190. Like 195? Well, no, 95, not 195. 1.4 minus 19 is 95, right? Yeah. So we have 95 machines left in the greater circulation. That should be part of, if I didn't mess anything up, should be part of one circulatory system. So it's 95 machines per floor, 3 machines of those. 28,500. That does not feel right. When we said we had 114, we said 44,000. 34,000. Reference the spreadsheet. Did I do this math on the spreadsheet? I could have swore it was 44,000. If I keep looking at the aluminum spreadsheet, I'm really going to have a hard time figuring it out. Let me move over to the power tab. Well, the math for the power, I'm confident is fine. Why did I think that we needed 44,000 bottles if we only need 34? Now, I'm curious to see if I did that math on paper. Because whenever you do something and it doesn't come out the same twice, on one end of it, you did something wrong. And it's important to figure out which end, so that you know which result to go with. I mean, we're seeing the math on the screen. If anybody thinks there's anything wrong with that math, let me know. We definitely have 114. Yeah, well, it was 44,000 bottles was what I thought we needed before compensating for overhead. Because there's 114 machines on each floor. Each machine can hold 100 bottles, regardless of what kind of bottle it is. And there's 3 floors of 114, because the refineries match up 1-for-1 with the packers and unpackers. So what we're staring at on the screen right now should be the math on how many bottles are required for every machine to become saturated, ignoring the overflow, the overhead. There was always an expectation that we'd put way more into the system than that base number, but our base number before was 44,000. I don't know how I was off by 10,000. Okay, I'm not seeing where I did that math before. Unless someone can point out a flaw in the current math we have on the screen, then this is the new number we're going to go with. Again, it's perfectly fine if we have extra bottles. I'm literally building a aluminum plant right across the way that's going to use bottles. If I don't know if 10,000 overhead is possible. Probably not. I don't know if we can fit that many on the belts. But we had 48,000 built because there's 4,800 in a container, and I manufactured 10 containers worth. So we had a 4,000 overhead planned. Now we have a 14,000 overhead. Okay, if no one is saying that there's a problem with this math, if you guys don't see a problem with it, a flaw in my logic here, then we're just going to say that the 34,000 is the correct number. Going to temporarily disconnect that because it's holding containers in it. I just want these to be independent of each other. Okay, they're not connected. This guy right here is empty. Yeah, the closed loops are right. So all three, if we ignore the connections of the machines, who is looped with what? Just the grand total of machines in the factory, like on one floor, it's 6 rows of 19. That's our 114. That's how many. That's regardless of how they're connected to each other. That's how many packers are on this floor that we're staring at. Which means there are an equal number of unpackers, 1 for 1. And the refineries unpack 60 per minute, which is the same as, or create diluted fuel at 60 per minute. So they are an exact analog. So it's 3 floors of 6 by 19, even though the refineries are actually across 2 floors because they're larger. So that should be 342 machines total, and each one of them holds 100 bottles. Yeah, and the launch of the James Webb telescope. I saw the latest images of the stellar nursery. I think it was amazing, just amazing, and spooky. All right, 34,000. Each container is 4,800. 34,000 and some change. 7 containers. Let's connect 7 containers. To each other. What am I looking for? Looking for the thing that I deleted. Go like this. Oh, what? No. Why? That's out, going up. I don't want it to go up. I want it to go in. Not gonna be a choice. Okay. This will be the front man. They're all backwards. Okay, we have 2 full containers right here. That's gonna be the front guy right there. These are 1 and 2. I know I just deleted that, and now I put it back. Make this as complicated as possible. That's 3 connected. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're gonna go out to that guy. Okay, that is 7 containers, all running through this guy right here. That's 34,000. Almost. That'll be our starting point. We know we need more. That's okay. We'll move stuff into this as we go. You write down the exact number, 114. No. 95. We only have 95 left. 34,000 is the grand total. We only need 28,000. Oh. Divided by 4,800. 6 containers. All right, we're taking one off. You were the odd man out anyway. Lesson on how to overcomplicate things. Okay. 38. 80 is what we're putting in. 28. 800. And I didn't even record the... We need 28.5. Okay. Like I said, we'll feed more of them into it in a controlled fashion. This guy right here is our master. We'll come back and upgrade conveyor after. Figure out where we're putting this into the system. And we're putting it in right here. Yeah, you know, long before all 28,800 that's in these in these containers get to here, we'll move more into the containers. But this way, this is an easy way for us to control the number without having to connect one more container and strip out stuff and back and forth. So. I'm going to let this go slow for a moment, just because I want to make sure we didn't make the same mistake and send something in the wrong place. So as long as that's really going that way, just start filling these up. And we'll, if I have to chase these down, they're going slow at least, and I don't have to chase them far. They can get here a little sooner though. That didn't really help because we were already here. Okay, we knew that was right, but you know what? We wanted to confirm. That's it. There's no going back. Look at a power pole. We're up to 32. We were at what, like 22 earlier? So excited. My baby's coming to life. All right, we're gonna follow this. So, don't have the material. Let's also, in case we need to make temporary. Okay. We're going to follow this. and make sure that it doesn't come back to a place we've already been until we get back to here. Oh, I'm on the wrong mouse setting. Here we go. Copy. There you go. All right, follow that up. We already lost track. Wow, we didn't even make it to the first machine. It's that right there, isn't it? Yes, okay. What in the world is going on here? I'm confused. Why is there a... What would I have ever done to have a belt sticking out like this? Alright, I'm not going to just delete that because those bottles need to be back into that ecosystem. So, just come back to that. Okay, so both sides are... it's coming to this. This is the output. Different check mark than we're using on the other one. Let's go over here real quick. There are not many bottles. Or that's the 9.3 setup. We can plug these guys back in there. Not disturbing the numbers. Okay. Alright, so we've quadruple checked to make sure that these belts are corresponding with the machine. So the output is definitely the inputs. So we don't need to follow that all around. All we need is literally to see one machine that belt is feeding and where that's coming out at. So that's doing that loop. So this is the way back up. We have been to this loop. I'm not gonna keep... I'll just get that off of the thing when I get upstairs. This is number 3. We don't need to follow that. That'll be this guy right here. Where they transpose when they get to this corner of the wall. We should... Yep. Oh, look at all this stuff. I think we're riding up with them. I feel like I should put a hyper tube. Like, just temporarily for this. I don't know that it would be any faster because those tubes are not fast. Belt right here, coming in, coming out. So that was it was this sign. Put it out here so it's easier for me to find it and clean it up later. Okay, you are going back out this way. Duck. You are... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Your number 6. You don't need to be on this side anymore because it will translate to the 6th one over there. Six right there. Nine. I was stubborn, I'd put it on my hot bar. Yeah. Stop that. Oh, great. It made me do. And going right back up. You are number 4. The conveyor is clipping to the structure. I didn't see it when you said that. Which conveyor? We'll go back and look at. Wherever you say it is, we'll go back and look at it. No, there shouldn't be any conveyors clipping. Except for the temporary conveyor that we just used to inject the empty canisters, because that'll be deleted once they're injected. Which one are we following? Number 4? We're following number 4, right? Oh, goodness. Yeah, the temp one. Yeah, we're not worried about the temp one. I think we're following number 4. To verify, that's not something that can not be right. It was 6 down. It is 4. Thanks, Jake. Yeah, I'm not worried about the temporary conveyor, because that's all going to be gone. It's a one-time injection of the containers. We're not making new containers, so once they're in the system, they'll stay within the loop. They're not going to return back to the storage containers that they're coming out of. We'll be deleting all the storage containers and the conveyor that's used to inject the system. We're getting some activity out of some of these. It's going from green to red. I mean, it's a lot of containers to get through the system. Let's talk about the amount of saturation that's going to be required. I mean, we probably won't reach saturation during this stream. But the process that we're going through right now is verifying that it's all correct. So this is number 4 right here. This is, in fact, this is one of the fixes I had to do. I think it was, yeah, switching these guys as outputs was one of the things I had to do. In order to combine the loops. That's going to be the next one up. Originally, that output would have been the belt above it. Number 5. 5, yep. Once we get our system down, it's pretty easy to follow. I'm surprised that we're having this much belt activity this far down the line already, given how much has to saturate. I know that I'm being shot at. With that, trying to dodge and weave and build at the same time. Quit it. Alright, going back up. This is one of the ones that's flipping sides. Like, we should not come across the check mark until we get back to the start here sign. And then, assuming that we do, see, this is I said I didn't expect the belts to be that full yet. This is a little bit more what I expected. Once we get back to the start here, we will just fly around it one time and look to see if there are any instances of there not being a check mark next to a place. And it'll be probably extra obvious because the wherever it doesn't have a check mark, they'll be all red. There won't be any activity. All right, those are coming back out. Number 2. So this is where the crossover is. Yeah, this is the only place that we do that kind of crossover. Because I needed 1 and 2 to be the isolated loop. So this one had the switch places with it. So this is actually number 3. Oh, I don't have the quick wire. Oh, I'm going to do something dirty. I'm going to use a Mark 1 pole. No, I don't have the regular wire. Okay. That's all right. We'll find power where we can. Could have recovered my inventory. We don't have to have empty space for a bunch of models anymore. I know, I dirtied myself with even considering using a Mark 1 pole, and then if that wasn't bad enough, I was then denied even making a Mark 1 pole. Just not good. Oh, we already know what's going to happen here, so let's go over here. That didn't work. That didn't work. All right, number 3. Oh, no! I missed the floor. See, I'm not going to temporarily connect this to the ceiling because then it needs to be an isolated loop. All right, number 3 is this guy right here. Go to the ground and follow it so I don't run out of power somewhere and then lose track of it. All right, that's the in. This will be the out. Oh, tape, get on my way. Okay. Yeah, that was the guy where there's a sign. Whee! I love riding bells. I don't have enough of an opportunity to do so. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are on number 6. I'll clip the side and splat. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. I questioned whether or not we were going to make it to a pole there. The screen even jumped because I panicked. Okay, let's see here. Hang on. All right, I had to try to clear my throat a little bit. I have to be careful about. It's like there's crossovers. So number 6. Yeah, crossover is a different thing, right? I think it's a way up. So that's number 6 is still number 6 here. We just have to make sure we follow that. See, I use it. This is why I use a different check mark. You would have thought that we've already been here. Follow. I'll put it over here. Well, there's no good place for me to put the check mark, is there? Notice the signs are always facing the wrong direction, no matter which orientation I'm already in. Yeah, on purpose. Always make sure the sign's facing away from the player, because obviously they're not going to want to be looking at the signs that they're placing. Alright, here's the crossover. This is part of the patch to combine the loops. So this is 12, 11, 10, 9. 8, 7, yes. So 9. 9 is the number. The floating here is a little more mysterious because now the walls are in the way. You can't actually see where the poles are. Am I going to make it? Am I not? We'll still have to go to the back and count ourselves over to 9. I'll need to remove these signs too eventually. They'll be part of the grand cleanup. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 12, 11, 10, 9. Got right here. Oh, stop it. Ooh, we get a right of belt. Nope, that didn't go far. All right. What's this machine right here? Let's get ourselves a sign. This out here. I love the extended reach that you get when you're using the hover pack. I mean, look how far away I can interact with that sign. Crazy. So far, so good. We haven't come across a check mark that we already have placed, which shouldn't be possible. We could come back to the start here early, but we shouldn't be able to come back to a check mark that we've already placed. We're not going to make the full right on this one. I don't think we can fit through there. Oh. Oh, we're stuck. You ride a conveyor merged? See, I can't crouch to get... Oh, you can. Oh, that's fun. Okay. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Going back down on 8. I'm just trying what, Jake? I'm trying on everything. You're saying I was trying the when I was trying to splat. 8. 6, 7, 8. It's amazing that I have not managed to die during any of this build, that we've never splatted. Because I do seem to try. I get too far, because what happens is I'm trying to lose the power connection so that we can free fall. And so I have to fly so far out to lose it, and then I don't drift back in time. Ground comes up a lot faster than I expect. Okay, this is concerning. This is very concerning. It should not be possible for these bottles to back up. There's a belt at the wrong speed somewhere. Like, there's a Mark 1 or something somewhere. That's... How are you backing up? It should not be possible. The machines that are going to them are consuming them as fast as they're producing. Whoa. Whoa, what? Why is that a smart splitter? Problem number 3, discovered. Why are you a smart splitter? And you, oh my goodness! I built this whole line. I must have copied a smart splitter somewhere. Oh my goodness! The whole thing is smart splitters. Ah. And I just copied it. No, we're not. Look, we need a regular splitter. Thank goodness I actually had the material to make a splitter. Alright, let's get the bottles out of my inventory. Alright. Do some repair work here. How far did I copy that? No, I didn't. Yeah, there's no reason for them to have been smart splitters in the first place for me to program them. I mean, obviously I could solve this real easy by programming the smart splitters and just leaving them, but they don't belong. And unfortunately, unlike, like power poles, we can't just upgrade or, change it. So I'm leaving this one for the moment because we need to follow it around. And I don't want to lose track of it until I'm ready to switch sides. I just could not begin to tell you how this... I had to have clicked one too many times when I was going, because on my hotbar is the merger number 0. That's what I use for all my splitting mergings. I always start with the merger and then I hit enter to switch. I must have hit enter twice on accident and ended up on smart splitter and didn't catch it. That's the only explanation I can come up with. But I did it one time probably, and then that was the one that I cloned. For once, the clone function came back to bite me. Talking earlier about how indispensable that a feature is. Did I put those Mark IIs? Okay. So I'm going to follow this and hope I didn't carry that all the way around. I probably did. Okay. Whew. Regular splitters. Regular splitters. We still gotta go do that whole row over again, but... So that was bottlenecking the... Well, it wasn't just bottlenecking the whole factory, it was stopping the whole factory. It wasn't that it was getting through slow, it wasn't getting through at all. So the circulatory system was shut off. But this is one of the things, one of the reasons I argued for making a complete system. Was because I mentioned that if we kept it the way we originally had it wired, where there were disparate systems, there could be a problem in one of them and it would be harder to tell. Whereas if we made it one circulatory system, if there was any failing anywhere in it, the entire thing would suffer for it, which would tell us that there was a problem somewhere. So greater impact, but easier to detect a problem. So we've got to redo all of these. That's why there's no bottles to this area yet, is because that was stopping the entire line. So that's a regular conveyor splitter. Splitter. Okay. You see how quickly bottles started showing up? I saw some come in. Okay, so that's where the smart splitter starts. We can get a bottle in the water. Okay. Yes, we do have a problem, but at least this isn't a serious problem. I mean, it sure did shut down the entire factory. Like if we hadn't discovered it, at some point the entire factory would have eventually ground to a halt, except for the two closed loops that we had already verified. But the whole thing would have backed up and shut down. That was a pretty serious problem, but at least it was an easy one to fix. Like, it isn't a foundational problem. We don't have to rework any of our design, just fix this little bit here. That says it connected, but it didn't feel right when I did it. Be free, water bottles, be free. Last one is the Mark II. Okay. That should be fixed now. So we marked this. Probably should have put it here because it's the in-between. Paste it, get rid of that sign so no confusion. All right, and that is number 11? Number 11, okay. This is why I didn't remove those temporary poles on the edging, because I knew it would be flying around during all this. I always think that it's funny that there's grass that spawns in the sky until we get near it and then it despawns. this is number 11 right here. We get away with riding it. Oh, this is so cool. Until that happens. Was this the one we jumped off of? Oh, great. Now we have to go back. This guy right here. I'm going to move slow because we're losing frame rate, and if it jumps, we can lose sight on it. It's the second one up. That guy right there. One right here. See how the sign is never facing the direction that we're pointing? That feels intentional. Malicious. The same way it goes with the laying rail tracks. Stealth grass. Yeah, we're getting so close to them, they cloak. You can see it. Jeez, it's the cops. Alright. This line right here. Gonna be number 12, isn't it? It is. Yeah, it's the last one. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woo. There's an obstacle there. All right, number 12. Yeah, that one's facing the right direction, but it's only because I cloned one that was already facing that way. That doesn't count. Up. It's this, yeah, it's the close row. This one right here. Maybe 10. I really should have considered at least putting a temporary tube up and down. I mean, granted, it wouldn't be much faster, if any faster than flying up, because tubing upwards is super slow. But at least it would be hands-free. I'm still gonna have to debate long and hard about whether or not we're going to put windows on this. I always wanted to have windows on it, but it's probably going to come down to a performance issue. You know, exposing like this nest of wires outside the building has the potential to have an impact on frame rate. And while I can overlook the frame rate, it doesn't do well for making videos. Or just right there. And I like to have as much quality as I can. I always feel bad about when my videos have frame rate drops in them. The upcoming video will have frame rate drops in it because I'm so close to this monstrosity. It impacted the construction of the aluminum plant. All right. Where are you going? Like number 7 to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Look, mono hands. Whee! Oh, we're drifting. We're drifting. All right, so I had to use my hands. All right, that's 7. Going all the way to the bottom, which they all should. Going back up. I mean, so far we haven't made it back to start here. Well, that was a short trip. So it's looking good for the strategy. I'm gonna be really annoyed if we get back to start here and there's like one section that didn't make it in the loop. Designing how to get them all to merge was not fun. It wasn't terribly scientific either. Because, well, what would happen if I moved this? All right, remap the entire loop. I guess I should be paying attention to which number we're on. 7, 8, 9, so we are on 9. I was looking, it was a little bit of trial and error and a little bit of crossing my fingers because I had to re-examine all the belts and go, where can we switch belt connections cleanly? So like the 2 on the end, I could change which one went up first versus and which one went under the other one. I could do that fairly cleanly, but there's other locations where there's just no room. They have to be where they're at. And so we had to rely on that being a thing. What number were we following? I have no idea what number we were following. I feel like it was 3, but that doesn't seem right. I think it was 9. That's dangerous because we have to make sure we resume in the right place. I think we were on 7. Yes, so we were on 7. Came up and over. It was 9. Okay. There's no label numbers. It's just counting from end to end. So I know this is a group of 6. So that's 1 through 6. And then 7 to 12. And due to the belts transpose here, so like 1 is on the corner to 1, so these are actually backwards. So that's 1 to, so the 9 is 12, 11, 10, 9. That's the one we're following now. It was funny because I forgot that this corner transposes, because the other side doesn't. It's right to left, even though that's kind of funny that it doesn't transpose. They're both going outwards from the corner, and here they're not. And so the first time I started mapping all these out, I messed it up. 12, 11, 10, 9. It's this guy up here. Well, it is confusing. It's not extra smart. The trouble following it isn't because it's a super smart setup. It's because it's a crazy hodgepodge result of, oh, now this, we need some kind of solution for this, and it just kind of came out the way it did. There's some basic design in there, and then there's the what's left aspect, and then that just follows whatever's left. Like, the way this belting goes is just nuts, because after all the other systems were put together, we just had to get the belts to come out somewhere. So they don't correspond in a good logical system. They correspond in this path will cause them not to clip system. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. There are definitely, like, if I rebuilt this, there are absolutely changes that I would make. But mostly it would be in planning, logistical planning, things that would have made it easier to do all this. For example, make sure where we're at. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. For example, the packers and unpackers. The two floors are identical. So I have, see, these are face to face, and then face to face, face to face. What I should have done is, since these are all face to face, the top ones should have been back to back, because the top ones, the front of the top ones are exporting what needs to go into the back of these. So if the ones upstairs, I don't have it with me, but if the ones at the top were backwards or opposite, then they'd be outputting the empty bottles, which would go straight down and into the machines that are directly underneath them, 100 stories down, as opposed to them having to wrap around. So, like, that's a change I would have made. I would have inverted the floors. These little things like that I noticed after I built it. I'm like, that would have made more sense if I had done it that way. And it's just, that's the nature of playing this game. Learn from everything that you do. It's at 8. 8 is the one right here. So far, it's working. I think that we're good. I don't think we're going to run into a problem. I think at this point, that it's probably all functional. It still has a lot of saturation to do, and we still need to input more canisters into the cycle. But yeah, we found some errors, right? Like the smart splitters that were blocking the entire thing. Okay, this guy's gonna go around the other side. Oh, we still need to. Following this path is gonna reveal anything like that. Hopefully, we won't have any more of those. buy my sandwich while I was on autosave and riding a belt. Alright, so that's going to be this output. And I think we're through most of them at this point. I expect they're probably going to be back to the start here. And not too many more cycles. We're on 11. Telling you though. I think when we get that last crossover right there, that's probably going to be the end of the cycle. Getting the... Next time we're down there, I need to reclaim all my materials so I can actually build things when we need to build things. I probably won't do too much with the back of this building from a design standpoint. I mean, nothing's going to ever be behind the building. I mean, I will put a back on the building, but I'm not going to do much effort on decorating it. All right, we said 11. This guy right here. And we're not seeing any empty belts. I'm noticing empty belts. And that's a good sign. Alright, it's coming out there, coming around. Down on 12. Let's dive bomb the corner and get our stuff back. So we can actually rebuild our way back up the corner. Oops. Oh, my inventory full. That was weird. It left something behind, but yet the inventory wasn't full. Okay. 12, right? 12. Don't get distracted. Of course, if I had to delete something now, I won't have room for like bottles. Oh, I'm running out of... Yeah, we can only place 5 more signs. Hopefully we'll be done in 5 more. Up. Up, up, up. I think we're real close. This might even... No, that one isn't crossing over yet. That one or that one? It's that one, wasn't it? Yeah, we don't have a check mark. Yeah, we do have a check mark on that one. Definitely that one, though. That's the bottom one. That's the one that's going to stay on this side. It is. Very good. Of 11, 10. Okay, didn't cross over. We might be done with the other side of the building entirely. I think we've already done both of our crossovers. They're all powered, right? No, they're not. What am I drawing power from to get up here then? Oh, catching the edge of the machines. What number are we following? 10? I just got distracted. I know it was 10. I want to also... Let's fix this and make sure. Dirty Mark 1 poles. Ugh. Gross. As soon as this stream's over, the first thing I'm going to do is figure out what's happening to my mod. Okay, yeah, it was one to come up here. There, yeah, it was 10. But now we can fly up the corner properly. There we go. I can see it take connection. Somewhere in my removing the temporary pulls, I clearly removed one I probably shouldn't have. Wasn't done using yet. I said I think that I've got all of... Oh, those guys are red. Why are those red? That's disturbing. They're all red too? Alright, let's keep following this. There might be a loop, it might be an oscillator loop or something. I don't feel like there is, but... I can't imagine not me being red still. 12, 11, 10. It's quite literally a red flag. His output is right there. Twelve, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. All right, 7. Might be the last one. Pretty close. There's a fair amount of red lights. I mean, we know the factory's going to take a while to saturate, but I didn't expect to see that much red. I only got room for 2 more, inventory for 2 more signs, so we better be at the end soon. Those have check marks. Those all have check marks. Yep, I think it's it. Because this is the one that crosses back over. I think we're at the end of the loop. I think this is going to lead us back to start here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, start here is on the bottom floor, so all this up, and then I think the one after it takes us down to, which will be perfect because it will literally be the last sign that we can afford to place. So then it's going to be a matter of we quickly just circle the floor, look for any columns that don't have a check mark next to them, which would mean those were isolated loops that we didn't connect to, or were never led to them. Because, I mean, look at so much red on this. I mean, I can't be too surprised, right? The higher the floor is, the less likely every other floor, right? Because the pipes go down 2 floors apiece. So any pipe that's going down is going to saturate the first floor below, and then have to back up to the floor above it. And this is a second floor because it's above the repairing. We were following 3. Anybody? You were following 3 or 4. Again, we can't be wrong about this. Fortunately, this one's super easy to identify because it's the crossover. That one right there. Four. Okay. Ooh, good, because I was guessing 3. Gotta turn the game music back on. Human music. I have to turn it off for I'm making episodes because sometimes I have to make cuts, and if the music jumps, then it's obvious it is cut. And I do a really hard job of hiding my cuts whenever I can. Alright, back row. Last sign that we can place. This better go back to start here. Like, this is the change I was talking about. Before, this one right here connected to this row. This row right here, and then this one went up and over it. I had to switch one went on top. I had to do that in a couple places. But that was a place that I could do it fairly simply without it causing some kind of weird clipping. Second. Top. Whereas other machines, like in the middle, there's not really much clearance for them to get away with that kind of behavior. One, two, three, four, number 5. If this isn't going to start here, we need to go get some crystal quartz. One, two, three, 4, 5. Oh, look at there. We're at the end of the line. That was the complete loop. Oh, and the input's dry. So we've injected all however many that we were putting in. Let's do a quick circle around to make sure we know the back row is fine. Let's make sure we have a check mark on all of these. We don't need to check the refinery floors. Not worry about that. In fact, I don't think we need to check anything else because by the math, if all these have check marks, they have to have had unique corresponding supply lines. Okay, you got a check mark. You got a check mark. You got a check mark. Everybody's got a check mark. Don't ignore the guys in the back. It's a success. Our factory is alive. It's working. We did it. What's our power looking like? Oh, look at that. We're up to 82 gigawatts. We've gained 60 gigawatts so far, and it's not saturated yet. Woo! How's that full? Oh, we didn't put all... Okay, I did something not right. That went into that. Okay, I goofed up here. There's not as many canisters in the system as I thought there was. Inventory space. Go. Where is our... That was feeding up. I needed it to feed down. That was what I did wrong. That's 4,800 that were not in the system. That needs to be in the system. That's going through. Coming up. Cross and out. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That didn't hurt anything. It slowed it down a little bit, but it didn't hurt anything. So, well, we'll just leave that. These... Could have deleted these before I started doing that. We're going to let that run. I want to look at... Okay, so we're seeing some backup on this line. So we may not need to add any more to this line. It might be saturated. I'll have to do some more post-analysis of it. This is not backed up. Why is this one backed up? What is going on here? Why is this a smart splitter? Why are you a smart splitter? Oh, come on. So there was a problem in this line. I suppose like there shouldn't be a backup. It should be a constant flow. That guy's gonna be a Mark 1, because that's the underclocked one. Below 60 per minute. It is, it's 20 per minute. Here, I have some containers from my inventory. We'll go Mark 2 to here. Together they are less than 120. Okay. Small problem. I mean, I know how the smart splitters got in here. This one, the one up top, I don't know. Where we had that whole row, obviously I really goofed that one. These were originally, yeah, that's a smart splitter and it doesn't need to be. Originally this back row was also a 9.5 entry on both sides. Like all the rest of them are. These should have smart splitters on them. There's a distinct lack of containers coming down this line. That's because we didn't have, we had a whole container not connected that we thought we had connected. Originally this was set up that way. Even though this is working, I'm gonna fix it anyway, just. Okay. There we go. We're actually getting some movement. Once these fill up, they're on their little Mark 1, then we'll get more movement. Because the line shouldn't be saturated, so it shouldn't be any kind of backup. Except for this right here, because this is merging with a line that is also got another Mark 5 input we're injecting into the system here. All right, I think we have a success here. Okay, so we can look at the front, try to do a little bit of cosmetics on it, but we're good. It's going to be a lot of my just sitting around and doing some, double checking to make sure that, like, we just discovered that there happened to be one thing not going in. And so I'm going to need to fly up down the lines and make sure that we don't have any scenarios where we're not getting any flow. Like, this is honestly a little disturbing that we're having such little flow in here. I don't know if, I mean, we had 4,800 less in the system than we thought we did. Fewer in the system, in fact. So we have, once those get injected, we'll have 300 extra canisters in this loop, which is not going to be enough to saturate the overhead, but it will be enough to saturate all of the machines. So it should be more or less functional once all of these get in here. Extra 2,600 I still have to get in there. This is empty now. Empty. Nice, clean all this up. And any leftover canisters will be used in the aluminum production facility, because that is going to be using a water bottle loop as well. I just don't know where we're going to make the water. which I will explain during tomorrow's episode. Why we shifted plans. Okay. It's just such a relief, you know, the tower having been... We've put so much time into this. To finally be able to walk away from this project. I mean, I can't walk away from it, but this will be the last live stream on this project. I was getting ready to draw some walls, but you know what, I'm not going to, because I don't know. I'm going to figure out what I want the back walls to look like. If I'm just going to sheet it in black or some other color. And that way I can pre-mark the color before I draw them. I don't want to have to come back and repaint all of it. Because that will be such a pain. I come down to the landing. The front I'm happy with in principle. Some painting still needs to be done. I don't think I'm going to leave these pipes as purple just because of the contrast, unless I decide to change the color of the bottom half of the building. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to at least put a mid stripe of red here where it's coming in off of the side, because of the deformation of the sides changes to a straight tower at this point. So I think that, very least, and here's where it's a shame that the sun's always behind the building, because with the bright red really is nice. I think what we have to do is it would still need to be slanted. Like that. I liked having it come in more though. Play with this. This is where the red stripe would end up. I think I like that better because I want it to come in off of the walls. Tentatively, I think we would do this. Allow this guy. Connect. I picked the wrong one. I picked the wrong one, didn't I? And so the question would come down to, do I paint the area below the red as black, or do I use this as a divider to find a different color scheme but compatible, and then change up the color scheme so that I can get away with like the purple pipes for a different color set of pipes? Like, do I just use this part as part of the pattern, or do I actually use it as a divider? And allow a transition out of it. So far, I think it's really cool. I love the way the front of this has come out. And the more I look at it, the less I want to put windows in it. But maybe instead of doing horizontal windows, maybe we do vertical windows. Yeah, lady, we use it as like exactly. If we use it as a divider, we have to come up with a transition, which I'm not against. But then we need to make the bottom half make sense, and it could be, you know, for example, we haven't decided. I'll change this off of red, off of black. We haven't settled yet on how high up these feet are going to be. Say we did that. Or say we match it with this floor. These things never line up right. Genuinely just never line up right. Okay. So if we decided we wanted to say the rocket feet to come up this high, then that could be part of the division for the transition. And I'm not trying to draw a rocket, but like, I don't know that I want the feet to go up that high. But it could still be a color transition here, like the top half is sitting on a pedestal of some sort, and then we could differentiate the feet. They could be like a brown, or they could literally be concrete to look like they are an attachment on the outside. I have to decide first on how high I want them. That feels a little bit high. But we are also very close to it. Let's step away from it, take a look. But I agree, lady. It gives us an opportunity to mix it up a little bit as a divider. Why am I not able to land? Thank you. And drive out there. Make it a feel for, because when I build these things, I'm really my viewpoint is the rail lines. Like, what would these look like from the rail? Like, even with the electronics hub, with all the different buildings around it, the central point is the station. And so I keep in mind what it looks like from the station. You see the feet, I mean, from here the feet do not look too tall. Given the scale of the rest of the building. In fact, given the scale of the rest of the building, those feet look too small. Like, not just too short, but like they should be expanded even larger. But I don't know that we can get away with that. It would require rerunning all the fuel pipes, the crude pipes on that side, but aside from that, there might actually be obstacles in the way of expanding them. But boy, they do look small from here. But we'll definitely want to paint them differently, because we don't we want the appearance of depth. We don't want them to blend in. Geez, that really did turn out to be huge. I might mock up some more red markings on it too, just to break up the middle. I like what I'm seeing. It doesn't have to be some significant pixel art. Just something to not just have a blank wall. And I'm so very happy with the way the pipes came out. They look so good. Okay, so we will, I think we're going to raise the feet. I'm not going to let the, I'm not going to let the crude piping prevent enlarging the feet. Though the water piping was meant to be lined up with the front of the feet, though the whole plumbing and the reason that we put the water where we did was in relation to where the front of the feet would be. Fortunately, we can't change the switches when we're driving backwards. I want to back in, beep, 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 and turn around. This is probably going to become an official train. You'll get another car on it, but I think this temporary train has, you know, this is the one that went and snatched our plastic from the plastic plant, snuck it out from underneath it. It's our little gremlin. It served us well, and so I think that this train is going to get permanent use, because the aluminum factory is going to require additional trains. Didn't start slowing down in time again. I want to look and see how feasible it is to expand all of the feet, and determine whether or not that's something we want to do. Like, I remember feeling like the feet were going to run into space, even on the current design, and was surprised when it all fit. Oh, I missed. I mean, I meant to do that. So, if we expanded the feet, we'd have to run these through the new wall. Which, I mean, is a thing, right? We can do that. They would come out one wider. These are going to go away at some point. This would be a little annoying because we put so much work into getting these all run nice and neatly, but we can either run them straight through the wall or reroute them. Problem is, I don't think they line up. They do not. Plus, I kind of liked having them visible on the outside. We would probably end up just rerunning them. Means we'd have to rerun this side too. But it would fit, right? We're not going to run into an obstacle. I think this back one is the biggest concern. I think there was a landmass. Yeah, that landmass right there. Yeah, that was it. We were right up to the edge of this landmass. Hello, session. Welcome back. Oh, what the? Oh! Nope, that won't work. That doesn't work either. You know what? You guys deserve a little discouragement. All right, yeah, go ahead and send some more now. Go ahead, interrupt my monologuing. Oh, where's your guys? Oh, well, I'm so sorry you can't make it here. Doing pretty well, session. We're the station's up and running. It's still getting saturated, but it's running. We've more or less troubleshot the whole thing. We were at around 22 gigawatts before this started, so we're up 66 gigawatts. There should still be another 20 gigawatts once this thing gets fully running, which I think is just a matter of saturation. Couple hundred more in. This is exactly 29,000. Nice. You finally picked up the game. I envy you getting to be in on the ground level, rediscovering. But that being said, I've not gotten anywhere close to being tired of this game. I mean, the obscene amount of hours I've put into this, I'm still doing new stuff all the time. So, welcome to the family. The flight pack I've got on the two hands. This is the hover pack. Unless you were talking about. That's the bomb detonator. Of course, that's our bashing stick. Our rebar launcher. Apparently, that was all the rebar I had on me. Yeah, I have not grown tired of this game at all. All this is vanilla. Everything you're seeing is vanilla. This is strictly a vanilla series, and I air quotes strictly because there's a few quality of life mods that we're running, and the one not quality of life mod I'm running is the one that puts these signs on the front of the containers. But everything you see here, everything we do, all would work in pure vanilla. And when I eventually make the world download available, people will be able to load this world without having to install mods. This is not a jetpack, it's a hover pack. The hover pack is drawing power from the nearest power pole. So if I get out of range of a power pole, see I'm falling because I'm gliding. If I let go, I start to fall. There is a jetpack, just this one right here, which uses fuel. So this doesn't require me being near a power pole, but you can see in the bottom left where it says 85, that's how many canisters of fuel I have on me. You can see it's draining. That's how much is in the pack at the moment, and when it runs out, I fall, and then it refuels itself. The hover pack is meant for hovering around build sites, and there's a couple of huge benefits from it. First, I'm hands-free and I'm maintaining my height, right? If I was on the jetpack, I would start falling again. So it allows you to line up and pay attention to where you're building things. The other big benefit is that you can interact with stuff from really far away. So like that machine, I can interact with it from here. If I go to the ground, I'm no longer jetpack. You can see I can't interact with it. Still can't interact. I still cannot interact. There we go. That's how close I had to get to it to interact with it. So the hover pack is the builder's best friend. You just have to have power poles nearby. Really nearby. Because it connects wirelessly and powers off of it. Yeah, so let's start expanding the feet. Another gigawatt, nice. I think we can agree that the feet are too small. And the feet to the... So the one in the back, of course, is going to be a problem because it's running into a land mass. We can fib it. That's all right. Let's protect ourselves while we're building. All right. All those guys are busy. What color do we have this set to? Good. Still set to the same color. Oh, we're gonna have to do something like that. Yeah, I mean, I could blow it up. It's just... I also can just exert my dominance over them by gassing them. Oh, they're loose. Why does it keep going back to the wrong type of ammo? Nope, he spotted me. If you want to blow something up. There we go. Explosive rebar. So I was saying, I think this is okay for us to just kind of... the only problem is that this is a SAM ore, but I think it's not going to stop us from... I'm going to say it's not going to stop us from putting a machine on it, but we'll never put a machine on it because SAM ore won't be a thing. Hey, Into the Void, how you doing? The plant's up and running. It's not saturated yet. It's not at its 85 gigawatt output yet, but it's approaching 70. Yep, we're up to 70 gigawatts so far. It's still circulating empty canisters. We're working on the design of the feet for the building. I think we're gonna expand them. We drove far away from the building and looked back at it, and the feet were itty bitty tiny. So we're gonna expand the walls out. That means we're gonna have to expand them back. So a lot of this piping is gonna have to be redone. Oh, out of power range. Oh, back into power range. But this is just mechanical, right? We don't have to figure anything out. We just do it. So we're gonna put this one down as a prototype. We're gonna step away from the factory again. The second support for... What about the second support from higher up to further out? What are you talking about? This right here? This, it will go out farther. I think we're going to probably raise it up too. It's going to be a real pain to undo if we don't like it. I think this wall is going to go higher too. It looked, you know, from far away, it looked like it was too short and too small. So maybe we do just go ahead and bring it to our dividing line. I don't know how the corner is going to look. Oh my goodness, we have even more to go. We'll just... I don't want to overcommit to this until we decide that this is what we want. That's going to be... Yeah, boy, if somehow we ever run out of power after this, I think we're doing something wrong. Or maybe we're doing something right. I don't know. Oh, no. Out. Outwards. One light, thank you. All I want. Oh, that's not the right place. Let's see here. I think what the way this is going to have to work, right, is we go one lesson each. No, that's not right. So we did unlock several live streams ago, while still working on this project, we unlocked new wall segments for this specific location. And we've yet to use any of them. So those are the concave. We unlocked... Under the architecture? Yeah, here we are. Anyway, there's no corner roof 8. Oh, no, we need corner roof 8. How do you give us roofs in 8 segments and then only give us corners and 4s? Who did this? Why? Good grief. Stop that. Why would you do this to us? Probably shouldn't have done that there. Yeah. I'm gonna blame Snoot. In fact, I'm gonna have to have a little chat with Snoot. Because they're doing a content creator collaboration this weekend, and I didn't hear about it. Join it. Like, what am I, chopped liver? So I want to have a little chat with him about Why was I not invited? I assume that there is just a forum that I'm not on. Like, it probably was organized over Reddit, and I don't Reddit. But I wasn't aware of it to join it. A little frustrating. Because I would have absolutely signed up for it. Let's see if we can make this work with 4 and just be angry about it. Bring up coal-powered trains? Yeah. I think that that would be an excellent addition to the game. This is, I think I'm gonna like this as much as the... We're gonna do it anyway, just to see what it looks like. It feels like too shallow of a rise for what the scale of what we're doing here. Yeah, it was on, the only reason I know about it is it was on Twitter that they announced this weekend they're doing a collab. 29 content creators over 3 days. They're passing around one save file is being passed around between all of them, and they're all adding to it. I would have totally been all over that. This is actually where the wall is. But yeah, I'm probably going to send a message. Just he is the community manager, and just find out, you know, what is it that, what am I missing that allows us to be aware of these planned events, because I couldn't find anything on Discord talking about that event coming up, you know, like a sign up for it. So they're probably using a different medium. I find it unlikely that Snoot reached out to all those guys and said, hey, would you like to join this? They probably posted something on Reddit or something, and whoever responded got signed up. And since I don't Reddit, I wouldn't have seen it. All right, this is maybe the new line. Oh, I want to fly out far enough to look, but I don't want to fall out of the sky. I don't know about this. It just doesn't look steep enough. I mean, I'm fine with the enlarged wall outline. I think that's gonna be fine. It's just, first of all, I don't like seeing the roof layering. Although, now that we're going actual roof, we could get away with doing this. At least we can have that pattern. Well, we can just draw in and get over. Oh, I don't know if I got over ground before autosave. Yeah, the only way I end up on Reddit is if I'm Google searching a question that has been asked on Reddit, and then I follow the link to Reddit, read the answer, and then I close out of it. All right, we'll try this here and see what it looks like. I think that I'm not gonna like this roofing. My instinct says no good. If we're gonna have these black lines on it, we need it to be a dark color. I do have some other things I want to do with the feet, but I need them to be designed first. I need to actually be in place. There will be some more intricacy once we decide on its final size. So let's drive away and look at it. I think the larger footprint at the very least is going to be better. Whether or not we want to go bigger, I'm hesitant to go any bigger. Wider, I guess. But if we need to, then we need to. Exactly, Void. There's nothing that I didn't look at the forums on like Steam, but there's definitely nothing in the community stuff on the Discord that I could find, other than the announcement of, you know, this is happening on the day that it started. Okay, the larger feet definitely are better. Just, I don't like the slope. I don't think I'm going to get over it. It's a big thing. It needs to have wider sloping. Better arch support. The only other thing is, did we widen it one going this way? I don't think we need to. I don't want to squeeze in the center anymore. I think we're going to go with this size. I'm going to try to come up with a better pattern for the roof of the 8-meter slants. Just the 4-meter slant's just not enough, not for the scale of this building. Yeah, I agree. It definitely doesn't look right. So we're gonna expand that to the 8-meter. I'm really tempted to draw a hypertube, but I don't think we're gonna have to come back and forth that much more. Yeah, it seems like everybody's in agreement that it should be steeper. So I think the height is okay, because I don't want it to infringe upon our segmented part. It's already getting there. So I think that's going to be realistically the maximum height that we're going to get away with on the feet. And I feel like that width is a little bit better. Always forget to start braking. Oh, we really overshot our target that time. All right, so we're going to change out the thin slope, which means we're going to have to come up with a plan for how the corner is going to connect, because the roof is only a 4 meter. There's no 8 meter corner. There's the whole reason we bought those was for that function. I am not mad that we bought them, because we will end up using them somewhere. But this was the specific reason we bought them for. Here. That was a weird place it was connecting to. So we'll have to do something like this. That. So how I've resolved this in the past has been do something like this. I think we'll probably be okay here. I don't mind seeing the divots. In fact, I think it'll give it more definition. That's probably fine. So something like that. I think we'll do a little bit better for support. Appearances, I almost feel like we need to put something on it. like we should have statues on there. Or strand some doggos up here. If there's any clean way of putting a walkway out to here. So we can railing them. In fact, I think we're going to put railings on them. Even though there's no actual way out here, it gives the appearance that it's accessible. Yeah, I'm good with that. I think the width is good. I don't think we need to bring them towards the middle anymore. We'll just span out and forward. Go to, we're going from a 5 by 5 to a 6 by 6 as opposed to a 5 by 5 to a 7 by 7. Which would also mean we don't have to push. Yeah, we don't have to push this over, which means we don't have to rerun this. we need to run all these pipes again on the outside. That's not a big deal. Right now, in fact. Right? What? Before I do that, remembering that when we disconnect this, we are impacting the entire, because it is now functional, entire functional area, factory. We see where, oh, that's the wall. That's the wall. It's actually supposed to be on. That's right. Yeah. Means that guy over there is not correctly aligned. Pipes. Yep. I'm hoping that at some point they will fix the secondary color channel on pipes. I mentioned this last time, that you can see that there are 2 color channels in this. So this is the color that I have the pipe set to. That color in the middle is standard. The yellow is coming from this right here. So there's clearly 2 channels. But the next time we load the game, this channel will match this one. This entire thing will be black. So even if we try to get funny with mixing those colors by exploiting that, it'll lose it as soon as we load the next time, which is unfortunate because clearly there are 2 channels, and it would be great to be able to paint that second color intentionally and have it remain. So that's a thing. All right. Did I make 2 of them? Oh, I clicked twice, but it didn't build twice. All right. Don't know if we're going to be able to make... So this is going to be a problematic, so that's not going to make that turn. Oh, it did. I was debating whether or not to delete that and see if it could make the whole way up, but I'm not going to bother with that. And let's go ahead and flush this out into the swamp, into the dirty muck water beneath us. All right, so that is fixed. Oh, don't, oh, come on. Seriously.
Harvest.
No, lady, I'm not harvesting. Look at that farmer. Fix the power, and then we will have it to... No, do not copy on the line. Still amazed that this reaches. If I can get it, there we go. You can go, and you can go. Nice. This is not a trilby. Actual real fedora. If that is the reference you're making. Trilbies have a shorter rim. I don't know why that prompted me to eat for my sandwich, but it did. All right, let's see here.
Picking up multiple Ficsit personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
We are going to go ahead and keep with this on the outside. We're not going to run it through the middle. Yeah, thanks, lady. I bought my first fedora, and I'm not going to give the amount of years, but I bought my first fedora on my 16th birthday. What I wanted for my 16th birthday was a leather jacket. And we were in a leather shop, you know, where you would go to get leather jackets. And why do we need that there? And they had one fedora. I don't even know why they had a fedora in that shop. They had one fedora sitting on a shelf. I took one look at it and said, I need that. That's my thing. That's immediately my thing. And it turned out to be my thing. I don't know what it was about. I still have that hat. It's not in what I would call wearing condition anymore. But just that chance encounter with one fedora. Those don't need to be there. They need to be on their equivalent, the outside. So it's just inside the double line. Is the last place it can be connected. And I grew up in Indiana, or not anymore, but and there's just nowhere in Indiana that you can. There's no hat shops. I mean, the only hat shops in Indiana are ball caps, and it's not easy to find get fedoras. I think the state is just patently anti-fedora.
Comply.
And this hat I got in New York. JJ's Hat Shop, 5th Avenue.
Relaying message. Hello, this is paternal figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
And I showed up in my pinstripe suit because I needed a hat that fit my pinstripe suit. This is close to what my previous hat was. Or my original hat I have. This isn't the only fedora I have, but pretty close. The band is a little different, but beyond that, it's virtually the same. All right. No, we're not ready yet, but I need to see if this is going to turn correctly without having to go through the... Yes, that's a 90 degree. Good. But we do not need these, as I suspected. Then run these. Still don't know what the color is going to be, but I don't think it's going to be black.
Harvest it.
So we'll get back to the purple. We have the other ones for now. At least this part won't be so difficult, since we're not going to expand this way. We don't have to repipe all that nonsense. That's going to save us a pretty huge headache. I think that's right. Quick about this. Nope. If one is right, then I can get the rest. All the rest of them will be fine. Okay, yep, that's horizontal. Looking good. All right, I think we are set. Connect all of these guys. Yeah, when it comes time to replace this hat, I don't know where I'm. I am categorically against buying a hat on the internet. You have to wear. I mean, like if it's a ball cap, fine. But if you're gonna, it's gonna be something like a fedora.
Widespread chaos and mayhem.
You gotta wear it
President urges
before
all
you buy it.
citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
Because it's like a wand at Ollivander's. If the wand doesn't like you, then you're not going to cast good magic. Okay, I think we have successfully redirected our fuel lines. We'll have to do something with the water pipe, which actually we've got this hole that we're going to have to get rid of. What's up? I don't anticipate that we will expand any further on the footprint. So I don't mind kind of committing to to this. I mean, I think I'm going to do most of this off camera. But we can at least establish one. Let's see how we want to do this. Okay for us to just run that in. Yeah, exactly. Voided. Hat shops are just... It's a lost fashion. You know, I look back at like pictures of like the 20s. You know, if you look at a busy street in the 20s, every single man is wearing a fedora. Every one of them. You'd be hard pressed to find anyone not wearing one. And it's like, jealous. Like I don't wear a fedora to stick out. I don't care what other people think of how I appear. I wear them for me. But you know, if society agreed at how awesome they were, I think that would be just that much more awesome. All right. Are we going to go through there? If we are, then how are we redirecting this? We go up and turn. I gotta think about this. I think I know the solution and I'm not happy about it. No, it's not. If we come up and go across the interior of the wall, we can't rotate this junction. We need 8-way junctions, or 6-way junctions. We can bring it in from the side. If we return it to the side, then we don't get the one from that side. Flip it that way, we don't go up. Kind of awkwardly go to a medium height, then go up. Not a fan. I don't want to go up until we've hit the pipe. But we wouldn't want to go up and then over, or hit the pump. We could come in and hit the pump immediately and then go up, but that's going to be a weird turn up the interior of the wall with the pump squeezed in that space. I would like to keep the shape that we have, but it needs to make sense, not this floating connection. If we were to go up immediately, it would look weird. The whole point was to have it attached to this wall. Let's try this. This is gonna be really out of the way. but from an aesthetic standpoint, it would follow it would match the theme. The question is going to come down to whether or not the pump looks all right. Oh, then we need power on this side for the pump. We're on the clock because we've now disconnected. We're just gonna brute force this. A little weird. I don't know where that's going to be. Let's just 1, 2. Stupid cable 1, 2, 3. Oh, come on, give me 4. You know what? We're just gonna blind grab it. See what it does. No. It's literally giving me everything except for what I want. Story of my life. Why did I think that I had to go 4 when my second 90-degree turn is going up, not... I was treating it like it was an S turn. It's not. It's a standard 90, and then it's curving upwards, so... This will be correct along this plane. Yes, okay. We gotta hurry up by hearing things shut down. Just put that there for a reminder of where it should be. Oh, I shouldn't do that. Because we need the pump right there. That's going to be too small of a segment. This one. I have to make sure I'm connecting to the right one. It's not the battery one. Battery's connecting to up there. Let me out. Let me out. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to have to repeat this process on all 4 of the feet. But we're using this as our template. I can do that later. How is this one still pumping? There's nothing coming to it. There should not be 600 meters per second coming through this pipe. That's a lot of backflow. We only have 3 machines on this side of the pump. Oh, we could have... too late now. We could have brought this up. I want it to stay... I want to do it. I want it to be at the same elevation as the other incoming source. Here's the S-turn that I was trying to do. I don't feel like that's... I think we're going to back it up. Yeah. Alright, at least we have water restored at the moment. Here's our S-turn. Okay. All we have to do is just raise this up just a little bit. It's already aligned, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. That puts the pump on a larger segment, less likely to have some weird issues. Okay, I feel better about that. Like I said, I'll do the other 3 feet off camera as part of my, you know, finishing out the aesthetic of the fireplace. All right. Pipes restored. Things are running good. Let's consider... We're so far we're doing a black, white, red color scheme. I'd like to stay in neutrals, but I don't know that I want to go gray. Although I'm really tempted to go concrete on the feet to, you know, to truly separate them from the building proper. Get a little segment. Before we do that. Let's go. I haven't used actual white on concrete in such a long time. I always leave concrete on the custom swatch because it defaults to black. And I feel like the concrete looks better at black. But I think we actually want white concrete. Foundation. I think in this case we want white concrete. We want it to stick out. We're going to do a segment of it. Or just super easy to do this. It'd be even easier if I weren't at the max of my flight limit. I want to go a little higher. No, that's not higher, that's lower. Stop it. I don't think I want to go to the top of the foot. I'm not sure I'm going to stick with brown up there, but I know that I am going to do a color thing on the top. Well, you know, Void, Ficsit Yellow isn't a thing. The Ficsit Yellow is my yellow. The game's default is actually orange. This is the kind of the default color. The yellow and red is my own take on what factory default color should look like. But I agree, it definitely looks better than Ficsit Yellow. I guess it is Ficsit Yellow for my factory. Let's go ahead and, because we need to see how the depth appears. And I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna mess with it right now, but something I know that we can do that I haven't bothered to do yet. I think in order to get away with it, I need to run pillars behind this. But I'm gonna... Yeah, that's the width. I don't have the stuff I need. Yeah, so what I need to do, I don't think I have to run the way I want to do this. I think I can get away with just doing this. Let's do it at this height. I agree. I agree, Void. The yellow and crimson scheme that I've picked is primarily for the machines. The walls get aggressive in yellow, for sure. And are typically not ideal. I need... crystal quartz. I'm hearing some weird... Man, oh. Man, where my frame's gone to the... I think my game is choking. What's going on here? I don't know if you guys are hearing that, but I'm hearing a static. And the frames are just dropping to the floor. Yeah, it was just that spot. I'm still hearing a little bit of crackling. It's picking up right in this area. And the frames are really not happy. Alright, let's just leave that area. So I should have my standard complement of stuff in here, so there should be 1 or 2 crystal quartz stacks. There's 1. Oh, I need. Ugh, yeah, he is struggling running through this floor. What is going on? We're still at 90 gigawatts. I think we've reached the max output until we put more canisters in. Let's run across real quick. Guess something is not happy with me. Computer is not happy with something. Oh goodness, the sound is reverberating. Probably need to restart the game. Spreadsheet, where are we at? Okay. How are we doing? A lot of space left in there. That one as well. Although it is backing up here, which it should do. Let's inject a little bit more into each one of them. From my spreadsheet here. A couple hundred more in there. More in there. Running at 93%, so that's just kind of the thing we need to monitor is, you know, once these things get up to 100%, 94%, then we have probably reached the point of saturation. That's the 3 loops. Okay. I have to remember to come back here and get rid of these temporary poles as well. Don't need those all over the place, especially this one sitting out in the open. Oh, isn't there a... I thought there was a wider sign. What am I missing now? Why can I not place this on... I thought you could put these on the side of foundations. I really am going to have to do the annoying pillar thing, aren't I? I goofed with this in such a long time. Not going to get it right on the first try. Just don't even wanna. You just don't wanna. Get away with a foot. No. That'll suffice for a test. I haven't goofed for such a long time. I don't remember how to do it right. I think you're going to get the idea of what I'm trying to do here. I want it to be flush with the... with the walls. And the problem we have with the walls is the walls are half in and a half out of the connection point. Unlike the steel walls. These are one side or the other. If you weren't aware of it, let me pop one down here and show you what I'm talking about. Done, right? No, 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 no! Don't evict me. Oh. A regular wall is half in and half out of the boundary. I don't want to put that out there because you won't be able to see it. I just don't want to fall. You see how the wall is hanging over by half? It's half on the in, half on the outside. The frame walls are not. You see that's exactly flush. And you can scroll the mouse wheel to be on the inside or the outside of the frame, which is really nice. It would be nice if regular walls allowed you to do that, because then you could be truly flush with your platforms instead of hanging out the way it does. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm going to take the time to mess with this today. I think it gets us a little closer. Sorry, avoid the screen get covered. Same time next week, probably. I don't anticipate doing Satisfactory next week, but we'll probably get back to hard space. I've got maybe or maybe not some things going on in my life. I have this. There's something hanging over my head right now. And my immediate future is not clear. And so things go in my favor with some events that are going on in my life, then I might find myself very busy for a period of time. Can't get this any closer to the edge because these stupid walls stick out. I'm going to look into remembering how this trick works. And I will probably, before next Saturday, I will probably know whether or not events turn out in my favor. That's what I'm looking for. There was a mental block in here somewhere that was... Now I just have to decide on how I want this to... want this to work out. And so that goes flush. I'm going to have to work on how I want to do this, but I want to do a striping. And we might have to do something where it's just partially covered. But I want actual lit striping near the top of these. Where it kind of shows through, but I want it to be kind of flush. And then based on whatever the color scheme is, we'll just do something like that. And do lighting strips. They don't necessarily have to be exactly flush. And depending on how the color scheme comes out and how it looks from a distance, because it needs to be large enough to be meaningful, but not dominate its area. It's meant to be a highlight. So I'm going to goof around with that. Not right now. But that's the direction I was planning on going with this area. But I'm going to do a quick paint job on this, and we're going to step away from it to take one last look at it. Something... We want to transition from concrete to gray to the black. Gonna replace these with regular walls. Put this sample. And there's almost no chance this is going to be the color scheme, but I just want to see what this looks like from a distance. Don't need to do the inside ones because we're not going to see them from a distance. Do it anyway. All right. Let's go take a look at this from a distance to see how it looks. Can I get over land before it runs out? Nope. I think this is going to be our wrap. We're going to take a look at this from a distance, get a judgment call on it. And then call this stream? Yeah, this game definitely needs to be restarted. It's suffering badly. So we'll hop in our personal train. We'll head back home with it. It's starting to sound. That doesn't surprise me at all because it's probably dragging my resources, and really heavily. I was surprised that neither my streaming software nor YouTube was claiming that there was a problem. Usually they're pretty good about spotting it when something like this is going on. But yeah, I expected there would be some kind of problem with that. So let's start driving towards home, and we're going to stop on the bridge, take a good look at what we've got. And yeah, I'm lucky. I think we're lucky that it hasn't just crashed outright, because there's clearly it's really trying to brute force its way through some kind of performance issue. Okay, so that's already an improvement. I like that a lot better. We're gonna have to see the other foot on the front to really see if that's gonna look all right. You know, like we'll probably. It might look better if we had some kind of curve in, but I don't know how because we can't do diagonal walls. So that sheer side might not look right. Of course, right now we don't have anything on it, so it's kind of hard to tell. So yeah, we're gonna play with the color scheme. I think the enlarging of the foot was a good choice, and I think that's probably a good size. Anything larger than that, I think it's going to dominate the bottom too much. That's almost too large, but the other way was definitely too small. So we're going to go with the 6 wide. And I think it's just going to be playing with the color scheme where it's contrasting against the middle area behind it, and what color it actually goes with, and then seeing what we can do to break up the blank area. I'll probably stick with this little red pattern, maybe expand on it a little bit, but I think it looks cool. It doesn't have to mean anything, it just looks cool. And of course I'll still have to build another floor on top, which is going to be the observation deck. So we'll have a row of windows on the top, probably. I'll build it, and then I'll look at it and see if the visual of the floor is detracting from the design. But I can also expand that the red line across. I could drag it up and across over the windows. Like how this doesn't go across immediately at the bottom, it actually extends further down, which is why we have the black border coming around it. I can do that up there as well. So we could have the windows still within the red and black border. In fact, that's probably what we'll end up doing. But I want an observation deck because the view from up there is amazing. And I'll come up with a way of getting a tube. A tube that goes all the way up. It'll probably take 5 minutes to ride it up there. Because you know how bad the game is about hypertubing upwards. You know, I could always experiment with a hypertube cannon, but I'm just not a big fan of those, so I'll probably just do a regular hypertube. And I mean, it's not like we're going to be going up there all the time anyway. It needs to be a function more than something we're going to use. We're not gonna move our base over to the tower. Oh, I can't believe it, we actually got it functioning. I'm gonna be so glad. I mean, I get plenty more hours to put into it from the aesthetic standpoint, and testing it to its saturation point. But I'm so glad to have it finally functioning. I'm glad to not have to schedule another live stream around that same project. And we might have, you know, Satisfactory live streams in the future for other projects. I have other large projects coming up, but I don't know when those will be things to engage in, and they shouldn't. It's not going to be anything else on that scale. You know, if we look at large projects that are still going to have to happen, you know, we still need to do we need to do turbo motors and fuse modular frames. Those are both large scale projects because they require so much of subcomponents that what we're producing right now aren't really going to be efficient for any reasonable output. And so it's unlikely that I will tack them on the end of the pyramid, top of the pyramid. More likely I will create entire dedicated new supply lines of every step along the way to those products. So those are going to be fairly high scale projects. But I don't see us doing anything on this scale again. We'll figure it out when we get to nuclear. We'll see. Yeah, there undoubtedly will be more, but not in the immediate future. Like I said, next week, if I don't take a week off from streaming, because, you know, I haven't been a regular streamer before now. This is, you know, I started streaming with Hardspace Shipbreaker when we did the first playthrough of it. I think my very first stream was Hardspace. And then we streamed until we beat that, which was actually quite a bit of streaming. It was like 30 episodes, 34, something like that. And then I didn't stream for a while. I mean, I streamed a playthrough of Space Crew. That never took off. You know, 2 or 3 people showed up. It was definitely not. There was no interest in it. And then, you know, I didn't stream again until Hardspace went 1.0. Not because I wasn't interested in streaming, and I like streaming. Just, it's something I'm working into my being a YouTuber. And I've enjoyed, you know, we did the entire playthrough of Hardspace again, and we did the circuit board factory for this game, and then we came back and did this. Generally speaking, if I'm going to start live streaming every Saturday as just a standard thing as being a content creator, I need to find a balance. Because we do 4.5 hours for Hardspace, which seems to be really good. It gives us time to do one of each ship type. And then we do 10 to 11 hours for Satisfactory, and there needs to be a middle ground there. I can't have the game be either 4.5 hours or 11 hours. The problem with the Satisfactory bit is that there is so much to keep doing, and the project needs to be tied up. So it's like, okay, let's just keep going. Well, okay, let's just keep going. There's just no good cutoff point. And I think as a responsible content creator, I need to go, let's cut this at 5 hours regardless of our progress. But the counter argument for that is this project took us 7 streams at an average of 10 hours per stream. And if we cut that in half, if we cut off at 5 hours per stream, then we're talking about, it is, Jake, it is self-perpetuating. We would be talking about one project that would have taken us almost 4 months to do. And we can't do that in this game. The game progresses based on prior projects being completed. And so we can't have projects take us 4 months because then the game doesn't move. So it's gonna be on me that if I keep doing Satisfactory, and I want to keep doing Satisfactory streams. I love this. I love having you guys hang out. And I love interacting with you, and I love your feedback. So I want to do this, and I want to do it more often. But I need, as the content creator, I need to first of all put my foot down and say we're done at this amount of time, because I need to not demand that much time of you guys, and I need to not burn myself out on every Saturday is dedicated purely to doing this. I've lost every Saturday to playing just this game. And it's been fun and I love it, but sometimes I might want to go see a friend on a Saturday. And so having a reliable cutoff time that isn't until 3 in the morning kind of gives me back my Saturdays. I need to find that happy medium of, all right, we do 5 hours, and then I do off-camera stuff during the week for that project, and segment of, this is the stuff that's going to be good for content live, and this is stuff that I can just deal with in between. Because up until the end of our 5th session, 100% of this was done on live stream, because I wanted us to do it all together. But that isn't the approach I should have taken. I should have said, these are things that are going to be just repetitious, and I'll do these off camera. I'm learning as I go, and I'm just so glad to have you guys with me, and amazed that people stick with me for so long, and I really appreciate that. But no one, I love having you guys here, but if I were not a person who was already watching my channel, and I discovered my channel, I would probably watch the episodes and I'd go, oh, he live streams, and I'd look at the VODs and I'd go, he live streams for 11 hours at a time. I'm not going to start doing that. I'm not going to start watching his 11-hour live streams. So I need people who are new to go, okay, this guy does 5-hour live streams. I can sit in for 2 or 3 hours of that and not feel like I'm missing everything. Yeah, exactly, ladies. I am sorry to hear your friend D. I didn't see you guys stream before, but I gathered that from what you talked about, that she was your partner on that. Yeah, Jake, you do stick with me, and I appreciate it. Again, I am perpetually grateful, or eternally grateful for the people who stick out with me. And I hope that I provide something that is worth it. And that's I just need to find that middle ground where the stuff that I'm doing between the weeks off camera isn't for people like you, say you learn things when you stick around. What is it that I can do that isn't going to shortcut what people are going to learn from what I'm doing? And so this week I wired all of some of the floors. No one was going to learn anything from watching me do that. So that was a good thing to do in between. So if I can structure it to go, this is a repetitious piece that maybe we can just touch on it a little bit and then move on to doing something else, and structure it in that way to where we're still showing all of the mechanics, but not all of the tedium, then we can probably shave off hours worth of live streaming without stealing any of the content. So that's something that I'm going to keep refining, keep working on, and keep considering as I go forward. And when I look at future projects that we can do, I'm going to have to tailor them with that way in mind. We got away with the power plant because of the fact that the power plant didn't have to be active for me to do other projects. So taking 7 weeks to do it didn't stop the regular weekly series because I was able to continue to do other projects. But like I couldn't have taken 7 weeks to do aluminum because the rest of my factory is waiting for aluminum to be done. So that's gonna be that. I'll post something when I know what we're gonna do next week, and if I'm not gonna take a week off. Expect it to be hard space because I'm jonesing to get back to that game. But check out tomorrow's episode. It's already uploaded. It's ready to go. And that's gonna be it. So thank you very much for coming out. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Don't forget to like on the way out. But thank you very much, very, very, very much for hanging out. And I look forward to seeing you guys, whatever we do next. So have a great night, and thanks again for watching.